Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, October the 3rd. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses that let me know you guys can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, William. Okay. And maybe somebody in our YouTube room can do the honors and let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. All right, guys. So again, don't have a lot. I mean, I know this is up 74%, but it's one of these ones that are under a dollar, ASNS. Sorry, ASNS. I'm wondering also, this is DFLI, which is Dragonfly Energy, not to be confused with DPRO, which is Dragonfly. It's actually not their last names. I guess it's a husband and wife. Well, it's a family business, Dragonfly. Oh, I don't know if there's a mix up there because I don't see any. I do see some news on Dragonfly. I don't see any news on the other one though, Dragonfly, DFLI. I don't see any news on this one. But on a weekly chart, 199. So you got some room there. Again, I'm not. I have to admit, guys, I'm really more interested in shorting these. I don't mean these ones, but shorting some tops again today, as opposed to trying to concentrate on these little crazy low float movers. Here's Ovid, though. I mean, I'll look at them, of course. Ovid, not low float, 58 million. Ovid jumps after seizure treatment. Seizure treatment shows promise in trial. So that is the news for Ovid, OVID. Okay, well, let's take a look. Was there any news on ASNS? ASNS trading higher after the company entered into a $30 million stock purchase agreement with White Lion Capital. Okay, so that is big pop, 78%. Look at the volume, 115 million already. This one, Kodak, or Kodiak, I should say, KDK. This has been I have a price alert set up here in this 831 level. Okay, that's a high. Next high looking left on, well, actually, I guess 820 actually is the next high looking left. Did it get up to 820? Got right to 820. That's where it stalled. If it takes out 820, then the next high is 829. And then, of course, up here is 1047. So I'm going to that's why I put a price alert in this area just to see if it gets there. And that's for the KDK. Big float, 160 million in the float. XELB, I think there was a little bit of news. I tried to decipher all this. Enters into a settlement agreement with IM Topco, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I sort of took a brief glance at what this was. Anyway, XELB, a lot of volume, 11.8 million, low float, 3.9 million. Pulled back from 316 down to 231, underneath the 200-day moving average. So there's that. William, did you say you were swinging this CLAR, KLAR? I sort of remember you mentioned this one yesterday. I don't know if I can't remember if you're swinging it or just doing it. No, no, okay, no. Or taking a trade in it. Anyway, it's on the move again. Bitcoin a little softer this morning. I'm noticing about $600 down. Still over 120,000 though, because I'm looking at how many Bitcoin plays. Kids will begin accepting Solana as payment. Okay. Yeah, I saw that. Thank you, Obi. I did see the Click Spark or whatever is it, Clean Spark. Clean Spark. Yeah, I did see a move in this. Its record 113,000 Bitcoin treasury expands credit line and leadership team in strong fiscal 2025 update. I'm going to keep an eye on that Fermi, guys. That was a really nice short for me. A little after the market opened yesterday. Just want to keep an eye on it a little bit. There's still a lot of shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. The low yesterday was 27.44. It's up a little bit above the close of yesterday. So I'm going to put a price alert just below that. See if it gets down below. In other words, it'll go negative. Is it going to go negative? The other one is that NP. NP, not a lot of volume, I don't think. Yeah, only 5,000 shares. 71,000 shares now available. Interactive Brokers. Available to short. That's what I'm talking about. So wait to see if this has any weakness. A couple of IPOs from 2 days ago. Maybe keep an eye on Gorv, Gorv, because the next high is close, guys. I mean, the next high looking left is 287. Okay, 287 pre-market. It did get over that. You can see if it can if it can take it out again, get over three. I'll just look left. A lot of rooms. Around 675 is the next high on the daily chart. Of course, when I always say that, I'm not saying it's getting there. I'm just trying to take one aspect of why a stock won't keep moving higher out of the equation, which could be the next high on the daily chart. Don't see any news on this one. Low float, 900,000 in the float. One for the Gipper, GIPR, Generation Income Properties. See what's happening with that downgrade or downgrade, Spruce Point. I haven't really been following what they've been doing, but the last little while. But you're saying they've not been right. Sees a 35 to 60% potential long-term downside from this current price. All right. So I want to know if anybody's using this predictive software for sports betting. You know who we haven't seen in a while? And maybe they stopped. Was it Hindenburg? I think they may have stopped, didn't they? Hindenburg was the one that I think had the massive moves, but I guess they had some bad ones. But at the beginning, I sort of remember Hindenburg having some huge. I think they what was the one that they one of those EV players like they basically ripped apart, and they were so right. I sort of remember that they were getting out of the business. All right, guys. Again, I'm looking for fades. Now, I see, I see not Best Buy. Sorry, Bed Bath and Beyond. I didn't even. I thought they went bankrupt. I guess they've. I know they had something to do with Kirkland, and they bought the rights or something to that effect, or the assets. Was that what it was, Harry? Only positive stuff going forward. Okay. Well, I guess I haven't found much positivity to in any stock because I haven't seen them for a long time. USAR guys, USAR rare earth. Wow, big day yesterday, and another and a follow through right now. Good, great volume. 2.7 million in the float. Yeah, and it's certainly not on my list. I don't have a list. All right, let's take a look at Palantir. Yeah, I know you mentioned as a potential short. Okay, this is what you're talking about. I don't know what Anduril is, but and Palantir Battlefield Communication System has deep flaws, Army memo says. Okay. What is what is Anduril? Are they a public company? Let me just doesn't look like they're a public company. Sort of outside the price range I like to trade, but this so far the reaction has been a little bit muted. It's only down 0.59%. Private company. Okay, thanks, Bjorn. The other one. Okay, guys, quick check. I want to check. I think I already checked it earlier this morning, XLE. Yeah, starting to drift down again, guys. Back, going to challenge that 200-day moving average. Looks like it. XLV was still moving away, though, I think. Yeah, XLV holding its own now over that 200-day. And then look at staples, XLP, sorry, consumer staples, still underneath. So we have two of the major, no, I'm sorry, only one, only the one below the 200-day moving average, and that is Staples, not the company, the ETF, Consumer Staples. Okay, Clean Spark, CLSK. I know you. I know I have shorts available. A lot of shorts, 4.39 million. What's the low yesterday? 1442. Okay, what did it hit? Up 1578. Okay, what does CLAR do? Investment holding company. Okay. Yeah, this is what you're talking about. U.S. Rare earth shares are trading higher on reports indicating the company is in discussions with the White House. That I don't know, William. Let's see if the profile tells me a little more detail. It just says, yeah, it doesn't specifically. Oh, that's right. No, you are completely right. Now I remember them. This was going to be the killer for the what is that? Oh, mine is blank. One of your well, you're a U.S. company that basically does that, the buy now, pay later, and this was supposed to be a bit of a killer to them. I think what it was is it was either Walmart or Costco dumped the U.S. one for Clar, something like that. Clar's in Mexico. Interesting because it headquartered in London, and this is the UK. So when you say Clar is in Mexico, you mean they have offices in Mexico? You got that right, PJ and Dwayne. Apolitical room. All right, guys. Yeah, so this Clar, I don't see any news on it today, but Affirm. Thank you. I know there were other ones, but Affirm. You're right. That I think it was the big one. I don't see any earnings plays today. I mean, next week we should start to see a few more. This is the only one I see in my scan. LLF CR. Not interested. No, DPRO. Is this shortable for me? The answer is no. So this is not available for me to short. DPRO is not available for me to short at Interactive Brokers. Okay. Canaan price target race at 175 from 150 by Northland. Okay. Well, I don't know how much an A15 Pro miner is, but they say they have a $50,000 order. So I have no idea how much these things are, how much these things cost. Pretty cheap stock. Ah, look at the float, 488 million in the float. You would think if they had like a million in the float, you'd think this stock would be soaring right now. I agree, Dwayne. The runners have really decreased. We get the big, these things pop in the pre-market, but not a lot of them with a lot of follow through. That's why I'm more concentrating on shorting some of these parabolic movers. And I'm going to be looking at my small gappers this morning a lot more closely. The ones that don't gap very much and then start to move. I shared that scan yesterday. This is shortable for me. Bed Bath and Beyond. Let's see now, 980, 979. Where do I get my news from? So in our YouTube room, Boom Boom is asking me. I use Interactive Brokers. Okay, this is if you have Interactive Brokers. I mean, but your broker should have some kind of a news feed. I find but I've been an Interactive Brokers subscriber for many, many years, almost 9 years now. Anyway, this is what I use. Their news feed. Don't be sleeping on Roblox, okay? RBLX. Let's take a look at RBLX. Oh yeah. Is it here? Is it sitting anywhere here? It's probably outside the price range. Yeah, it's sitting outside the price range here. And so I'm not seeing it. But yeah, Roblox over slowing growth, over concerns about slowing growth in core markets. Okay. Again, just outside the price range I usually trade. Let's take a look here. 124 is the next, say 125 is the next low looking left. If it takes that out, then it's got room down to 119. Yeah, BTTC guys. So this was the one of the wild one yesterday. Black Titan Core. Not shortable. Oh, there are well, 1600 just became available. Interactive Brokers. Not that I'm going to short it right now or ever really. I mean, you got to be so careful with these low float stocks. Had a huge move yesterday, and then where it got up to what almost $40. Closed down here at 24. Drifting down now. All right, guys, 9:21. So a couple of minutes, I'll be putting my getting my 9:30 layout up and running. It's been an active one. The Cipher Mining CIFR next high looking left 1562 or so. So obviously there's room. Had a nice day yesterday. Good morning, Shaw, in our YouTube room. Okay, guys, going to get the layout I use when 9:30 happens. First of all, I'm going to save my layout. And then clear my windows, close all my windows. Just a quick question. Some of you had problems logging in yesterday. I'm just wondering how it was today for Trade Ideas. And you had to maybe do it a couple of times. I didn't have that issue, but just wondering it's all cleared up today. Yeah, Obi, I know you had a problem. I think Monica, if you're around, I think you had a problem also, and several others. But Obi, okay, good to know. No issues today. Normal. SK, you had a SKM, you had a problem too yesterday. Okay, good to know, guys. Now, let me just get one little. So here are the pre-market actives up. Okay, the DFLI. These are the ones we talked about. Actually, I didn't talk about the QCLS. These are the top 6. So that previous screen had the top 15, which also included ASNS, which was under $1. Okay, I just don't trade stocks under $1, but so these are the ones that are at least over $1. And let's see, QCLS. I'm not sure we talked about that one. Interesting, maybe. I don't know if this is actually an IPO back here. QCLS. It's the volume. Good volume too. Interesting. If there's any, don't think there's any news on this one. QCLS. Oh, Arthur. No, that's too bad. Depro on the move still, guys. Depro on the move still. Okay. Well, I'm going to be a little contrarian here. I want to see, first of all, I want to see if USAR has any shorts. And the answer is yes. So I have a million shares. And yeah, a lot of volume is just coming in right now on that 2 minute bar. Okay. A lot of volume coming in. On the weekly chart, where could this thing go? Well, I guess I should have looked down here. So this is an all-time high. Okay, so this is actually an all-time high. So that makes it a little more difficult. Okay. Yeah, all-time high now for USAR. Yeah, it makes it a little more difficult for because I always like to see a stock. If I'm going to short something, I want to see maybe an area where it could stall, as opposed to just shorting it because it's parabolic. So it's the high right here, the high right there. If I Deep Row, another high, I believe, guys, another pre-market high anyway. Deep Row. Headquartered in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. I wonder if it's a brother and sister or husband and wife, Xenon and Christine Dragon. Started in 1998. Interesting. Saskatoon is a very, very pretty city. Nice river running right through it. They still call them. Yeah, I know. How crazy is it? Well, they don't call them the Ottawa Rough Riders anymore. The Red Blacks now, but yeah, 8 teams in the league, and 2 of them were called Rough Riders. One was Rough Riders, 2 words. The other one was 1 word. Crazy, isn't it? But they renamed the Ottawa team. I don't know how many years ago to the Red Blacks. MLTX. MLTX. All right, Moon Lake. Not Moon River, but Moon Lake. That's okay, guys. I like to make myself laugh at least. So MLTX, yeah, this is the one I've been watching. Yes, guys. I mean, this one right there, there's your high, 748. So really keep an eye on this one. Let's see how it opens. I mean, it's not, what time is it right now? Another 12 seconds or so before 9:30. I'm going to get rid of this. The reason being is, I mean, obviously it's got a ton of room. I can't remember what happened here. I have no idea why I have Philip Morris. That was right. That was one looking to short yesterday. All right, guys, we are now open. So let's have a great end to this trading week, everybody. Again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down. Boy, Moderna is still ripping. Well, ripping. Well, yeah, ripping. I call that kind of ripping for it, with 340 million in the float, the low of 24, well, 5 days ago, 29 now, and on the move still. And boy, I mean, look at this. Look at this taking out all this now, wiping all this out. Let's see if it can continue. There's the 200-day moving average around 30. Ah, should have shorted USAR. Sorry, guys. Should have shorted it. Just not an all day short necessarily, but just a short would have been a nice one to start. Now here is Fermi, and I think Fermi is now below the close of yet or at the close of yesterday, guys. And CLSK starting to drift down. So here is the uranium ETF, guys. It's a little weak so far to start. I think I saw that UEC, I believe UEC, one of the bigger players, I think they did a financing, I think, announces, yeah, uranium, UEC announces pricing of public offering. Okay, what is it? 15 million, 15.5 million shares at $13. So it's at the financing price right now. Okay, at it right now. So that might be causing some of the weakness in uranium overall. Look at the SPY. Wow, big pop in the SPY to start. Interesting. Market was drifting down before the market opened. So far, a pop in the SPY. Don't tell me I've missed the MLTX. I was going to thumbnail it. Shoot. I missed the MLTX. How could I do that? I got hung up on something else. So there's the MLTX. Well, I don't want to chase it now. That's the problem. I don't want to chase it now. So, oh no, OB, it just shut down. When you say it shut down, you now, if you hopefully, well, I know you can still hear me. What do you mean by that exactly? Do you mean it just like the program just stopped and it shut down automatically? Is that what you mean? And anybody else? Is that happening to anybody else? So I have to know what you mean by it just shut down. There's a difference between freezing. So it closed, like literally the toolbar went away. It just closed on its own. Ugh. That has never happened to me. Anybody else, guys? Let me know. Anybody else? Obi, are you using the alpha or just the either the beta or production version? That has never happened to me. Just a production version. Okay, so thank you. I know it's a pain in the well. Sorry about that. I have to pass this on though. Anybody else, guys, that trade ideas just literally shut down. I don't mean freezing. Every now and then it happens to me. It freezes, but doesn't happen often, but every now and then. But if you're talking about literally booting you out of the program, toolbar gone and everything, that is something. Hmm. Just give me a moment, guys. Guys. I've never had the program just shut down on me. I've had it freeze on me where I've had to go to the end task and all, but I've never had it just shut down and like boot me out. So just let me know. I'm gonna pass this on. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Keep an eye on the MLTX, guys. The longer it holds over, I don't want to take this right now because it was a very quick parabolic move. But I mean, it's all about the room, of course. Looking left, boy, 810, 814 on the bid ask. Shortable for me, though. It is shortable for me in case it does run out of steam. It takes out eight again on the way down. CLSK, guys, moving higher, high of the day, CLSK. Yeah, the USAR, good for you guys. Bounced for you. And I'm really trying to pay. Well, I'm not trying. I am paying attention to MLTX. I'm just looking. What I'm doing is I'm looking at the bid ask. Okay, I'm looking at the time and sales. 808, 810. I'm just looking at the. Oh, just give me a moment. Look at the time and sales. Okay, I got a little. I got some. I didn't get all I wanted. MLTX. See if it comes back a little bit. Again, I don't normally trade in the first 15, but this looks like it just because of the room it's got. I can't remember what happened here, guys. I mean, this was obviously devastating. I think this is for real, the drop, but there wasn't some kind of a dividend play or. Yeah, long, of course. Oh, I shouldn't say of course, but yes. Okay, what else is happening? I'm just trying to look at my small gap breakout. Give me one more pop. All right, guys. Well, let's take a look at this one, RCAT, as I'm waiting to see if more it has. I was able to pick up some more of the MLTX. It got right back down to where I wanted it, and but I'm got to watch it really carefully. I'm watching GSK as a potential short, guys. GSK as a potential short. Give me one more move. Okay, guys, I've taken some off. Okay, it's in close to that 850. It's so parabolic right now, very parabolic right now. Okay, so I've taken some off now of the MLTX X. Now I'm going to put a price alert up here, see if it can take out that 850 mark. All right, let's take a look at the overall market. What is it doing? So we had that nice couple of 10 minutes up, and then we've sort of got wiped out. That bar just got wiped out by this red bar so far. Markets are so the SPY is up a little bit, the Dow's up, and Qs are up. So everything is up so far. Okay, just looking at some of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything interesting happening. MLTX is still to love to see it take out 850. Okay, DPRO is it anywhere here? No. So it's above yesterday's high now. So DPRO is above yesterday's high, DPRO. Okay, Bros is showing up on that small gap breakdown. Okay, it's showing up 5086. Well, it's had a pop. The alert was at 5110, so it's right there. Okay, guys, I'm out of the MLTX. Okay, might take a look at it again. I might even short it if it goes underneath 8, but I'm out of it now. Now it's 9:46, so I don't like trading in the first 15, but it was too juicy to pass up. But let's see now if it. There's the VWAP. The VWAP is 806, so let's see if it holds the VWAP. Number one. All right, guys. GSK is now. The original alert was around 43.64 to short. It had a little pop up. And of course, it's got all that room underneath, 41.76, so not quite $2. I'm going to fine tune this a little bit more, or delay it or something, because I'm getting too many all at once in this small gap breakout. Where that NP's been all over the place, got up to $30, down to 28. I don't think there's any news on GSK. I think it's just weak. It's what's this healthcare company, Glaxo. Don't think there's any news on it. Let me see if there is, because that could help it also. I mean, bad news. If there's bad news, it could help it on the way down. Now, the other thing for me to look at is XLV. Just want to see what is happening with the overall healthcare sector, XLV. And the answer is so it's going against the healthcare sector. Okay, XLV is it's mildly positive. So GSK is definitely going against the sector. Again, I don't expect this to be like a dynamo or anything, but oh, nice. Yeah, underneath the whole number, guys. LI underneath the whole number, 2487. Next low looking left, little too close. Pinterest, PINS is on the move here, guys. On the move. The next top, well, actually, the 200-day moving average that could stall it. That's not quite $1 away. Okay, but Pinterest, PINS is on the move. All right, MLTX now. I believe MLTX is at the VWAP. Yes, it is. 806 is the VWAP, so it's sitting right on it. Let's see if that holds it. Let's see if that acts as support. and then pops up from there. You know, as it's resting a little bit, giving us a nice, maybe a nice little base. Yeah, nice market surge. I mean, it's been a little, well, a little bit choppy. I mean, you know, with that red bar looked like it was going to wipe everything out again, but no. And then some blue bars, positive bars afterwards. This looked like it's an all-time high, 671 ish. The MLTX guys holding. It is holding. It is holding the VWAP so far. You can see what it's doing. It's holding the VWAP so far. Again, that's could be an important support or support area. No, ICCM halted because of news. Can't be good. Yeah, 99-cent stock halted because of news. ICCM. MLTX holding that VWAP area, guys. Holding the VWAP area. MLTX. MLTX as in xylophone, not S. Okay, guys. You know what? I dumped my GSK short basically flat. I was hoping it would. I didn't like the fact that XLE was moving higher, even though this one was moving lower. I may even flip the script depending what happens. I shorted it right around this area. So I may take a look at it later just because it's got the room. Had a little bit of a profit in it, but I was looking for a lot more. How is gold doing today, guys? I have a potential short here in Seabridge, SA. Let's take a look at gold. What is gold itself doing? Yeah, exploration of gold property. So this is mildly negative. Oh, MLTX. I didn't take it, but MLTX on the move again, guys. MLTX. Just slightly distracted. So if you took it, and you put a stop right around maybe $8 or so underneath the VWAP. Hmm. All right, guys. Wow, I reshorted GSK. Okay, just under 50. Got me interested again, but let's see if this has the move I'm looking for. More of the move I'm looking for. I'm looking. If I get a move into the 20s, I'll consider that a minor win for the GSK. Not $20, of course, but 43.20. Kind of like that. So I did cover some guys. Got into. I wanted to get into the 20s, and no, it popped right up again. So again, I don't look at these as being rocket ships by any stretch, but they're just interesting to me. This is in the small gap breakout. Okay, the small gap breakout. That's what I'm kind of concentrating on right now. Time is it now? 9:58. Let me go over my homepage right now. It's the only alert window I've got. The only alert scan, if you will, that I've got. The rest of them are my top lists or my races. Okay, guys. So if you click on my homepage link, now first of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the rooms, we have our YouTube room going, and also what I call the main room. If you're in YouTube, this is what the main room looks like. A lot more action, a lot more interaction amongst traders. Okay. And if you want to come into that room, if you click on my home, and okay, let me keep going. So, welcome to the room. The format is this: the main room is open at around 6:45 Eastern time in the morning, of course. And I typically open the YouTube room sometime between 8:30 and 8:40. I get on the mic at 9 for both rooms. Why so late? Because I live in Vancouver, Canada, so West Coast. So consequently, Obi opens the room. He's in the East Coast, so he opens the room early, and then I start getting on the mic at around 9 o'clock. The room. Now I usually go to anywhere between 2 to 2:30. I'll always say later though if there are questions, Eastern time, of course. William will keep the room open after I've left, though the main room open anyway. I'll ask him what he wants to do today, or Obi. Friday, usually not that late. Could be 3, could be 3:30, could be never, or not never, but he might shut down when I get out, but he'll let us know. Now, if you want to come into the main room, those of you in YouTube, if you click on my homepage link, notice right here, trading room. Okay. Now, you can stay in YouTube if you want. There's no problem staying in YouTube. But if you do want a lot more interaction amongst other traders, then this is a better room to be in. Also, if you save my link, that's how you get into the room every day. For those of you who come into the main room every day, you can save my link, and that's how you get in. So at the top here, So you have to listen carefully because I know we've got 3 different promo codes right now. So you can get 30% off, excuse me, 30% off a premium annual subscription, okay? 30% off a premium annual. If you want to take out a premium monthly, you can get 22% off. Remember, the monthly is only for the first month only. The other ones, a standard monthly and a standard premium, you can get 15% off. Again, if you take out a standard monthly, it's 15% off the first month only. Okay? If you have any questions about this, ask away. All I ask is that if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, use my code. Helps to keep the rooms free. The company tracks the promo codes. They see enough people using my code, they'll keep the rooms free. If you scroll down a bit more, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. It's free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder, okay? Before you contact us. So if you clicked on my homepage link, next step is to go to the education section, and I'm going to take a look at the user guide. I may not go over the races in huge detail today, but here's how, unless somebody wants me to. But here's TI stock racing, a nice section in the user guide on stock racing, okay? Now, if you do take out a subscription, the very first thing you should do, not should do, you must do, okay? Getting started with trade ideas. Very short videos to get you started. If you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about the program, you can start off on that second video. Again, short videos. That should give you an idea as to whether or not this is the right program for you. At least to try us on a monthly basis, even give us 1 month. That should give you an idea, though. Oh, look at the market, by the way, guys. Okay, now we're getting into that little choppiness. If you are new to trading, Back to Basics is for you, a free series of videos for those of you who are new to trading, okay? Then here are my scans that I'm currently sharing. And you can see the biggest scanners from the start of the races here. Don't have these on my homepage, but if you want them, these are large cap movers on the way up, large cap movers on the way down, okay? And I do have other scans I am sharing. I don't have these open, but you can look at them, the momentum scan, the gap scan, and the combo scan. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. Halts resumes is over here. Not too much action in the halts resumes today. Usually this would be full by now. So any questions about anything? This is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. Do my best to answer them. If it's an accounting type question, I will not be able to answer that, more than likely, but I can direct you to the people who can, okay? So I made a little on the GSK, but it has popped up again. Excuse me, up again. I really didn't like the fact that XLV was so kind of strong. This is the healthcare sector, and I didn't see any specific news on GSK. And I think it's gone positive now, mildly positive, almost, almost. So this could turn into a. There's the VWAP right there. This could turn into a bit of a long. It's a big float, 2 billion in the float. So we're not going to see massive percentage moves. This is the one I don't think I can trade at all at Interactive Brokers, EPSM. They deny me the privilege of going long, not just short, even though they say there are 18,000 shares short or available to short. That's the one I was thinking of, William, the one that started with the K. I thought it was the Clar, but it's the KNTK. Okay. All right, guys. Now, good morning with an explanation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. All right, MLTX. I may have to take a short on this. Just give me a moment here. MLTX. Okay, the longer it holds under 8, I'm just watching this one under 8 now, guys. The next low looking left is 662. The low today was 785. There are shares available for me in Interactive Brokers. Yeah, Stevie, and if you're here in the pre-market, PJ was talking. Several were talking about Palantir. Okay, negative news, and obviously great short, just out of the price range I like to trade, but great short at negative news. This is what came out. This is a private company, Anduril, but obviously Palantir is public. Battlefield communication system has deep flaws. Some army memo. Now I wonder how real that is. I don't know about the 3 days. Okay, Pramod. I mean, it's easy enough to find stocks that are over 10, 50, well, 50. I don't know if we have the 50. And I'm not sure. You're probably better. I mean, I know Chris. Let me just see though. Okay, I just want to do something here. See if even the 50 exists. Okay, the 50 does exist. So it's easy enough to show stocks that are above the 10. We don't have the 10. Oh, yeah, we do have the 10. Sorry. So we do have the 10. We do have the 20. We have the 50 and the 200 day. Okay. Now, whether or not it's for 3 days, I mean, the only thing I can suggest is maybe a consecutive days up so that you know it's been up. But this is simple enough to do in terms of having the stocks above these because you just have these filters. You just change from 10-day. You just add the filters, put some positive number in here. It could be as little as you want, 0.01, just something that's positive. So that would mean it's above it. And do the same for the other ones. Okay, do the same for the other ones. Just put a positive number in so that they're all going to be above those moving averages. That's the first thing. And the 50 above the 200, I think that is going to require a custom formula. The same thing with the SMA. If you want these to be above, I'm pretty sure it's going to require a custom formula. I just can't do it for you, but you know who can? I'm sure Chris can. Okay. Oh yeah, you get access to the custom formulas. I mean, I can do it, but it would take a while. Pretty sure it's going to require, if you want the 10 greater than, pretty sure it is. This is if you know how to create custom formulas, which have you ever done one before? Actually, based on your question, you probably haven't done one before. So there is a whole section in our user guide on custom formulas. Okay, most of our customers do not do that, but let me just show you how it can be. Just gotta find. It's not hard. I mean, those are not hard to create. It's just, a little time consuming. So here is the link for it. Okay. I'm just going to pop that in for you. Okay. There's the link for it. The link to show these are the data points that we have. So notice that we do have for data points, where are those SMAs? Might be in the other one. We have two data points. Yeah, I think it's in the other one. Just give me a moment, okay? You can see why most people don't do this. I'm wrong. Just give me a moment. I could have sworn. Oh, I'm sorry. My goodness, it was right staring at me right here. Okay, right here, it was staring at me. Okay, so I was right. So what you can do, so here, if you put, this is just pretty simple formulas. Okay, SMA. What did you want? SMA above the 50 and the two. It's the 3 days that might be a challenge. Okay. Though if you put consecutive days up, 3 days, probably that would help it. But all you do is here are the data points: SMA underscore 200, SMA underscore 50, SMA underscore 20. So you can see we don't have the 10. We don't have the 10. Oh, just give me one moment, please. Okay. Okay. Sorry about that. So yeah, let me just show you. My text in YouTube is blurred and cannot be read. Are you using 1080p high definition BG Swan? BG Swan? So this is what it would look like, okay? I want to just show you. I mean, it is these are simple. But I notice we don't have the 10, okay? We don't have the 10 as a data point, it appears. Surprise? We just have the 200, 50, and the 20. So you have to just, use those data points. And just give me a moment. I just got to find my link again. So it's under the formula editor, okay? And this is typical what the formula editor can do. So for instance, this is one that I had a long time ago. The 8 is greater than the 20, and the 20 is greater than the 50. Can you see this? This is what the formula looks like. Okay. So if you can imagine, then all you have to do is, if you want, say, the 20 is above the, the stock is above, yeah, the 10. Well, the first one is easy. You don't need a custom formula. It's when you want, say, the 50 above the 200. Okay, so you would want to go SMA 50 greater than SMA 200 as the formula. And what you do is, when you create the formula, I know it's complicated. Well, not complicated, but if you've never done it before, it creates a filter, and then you put one in the min, which basically says so to make the statement true. You know, it's a little complicated. Yeah, you get to play with these formulas. I mean, these are the data points you can use, though. It's the 3 days in consecutive days, or in the last 3 days. I think probably if you use the consecutive days formula and say it's got to be up the last 3 days, probably that would work. Not the formula, but the filter. Okay, BJ, I'd have to ask the question to other people in YouTube. Is my screen blurred? Blurry. Okay, is my screen blurry? Because I haven't changed anything, and you're the first to say that. I'm not saying it's not true, but I have to make sure that you're using high definition in YouTube. There is a selection to make sure that you're seeing me in high definition. Just want to anybody else in YouTube, and make sure when you enter YouTube, there's a selection. It is blurry. Is that something new, Pepe, or is that the way it is? Is that something new, or just today? Well, that's normal. Okay. Well, I don't know what to do. I'm not sure there's anything I can do about it. If you want to come into the main room, though, it's not. I don't think it's blurry. Okay. If you want to come into the main room, yeah, I don't know if there's anything I can do about that. Yeah, StreamYard compression. Yeah, so I don't think I have any control over that, which is a little bit crazy. But wow, look at NP now, guys. So if you want to come into the main room, though, anybody who's in YouTube, nobody has. Well, I didn't realize it was blur. It's been blurry. I guess that's just the way it is. But if you want to click on my homepage link, and you scroll down, and right here, trading room. Okay, so the main room is not blurry. Hmm. Yeah, yeah, you cannot. There's a time delay in YouTube also, about a 5 to 8 second time delay. So yeah, you cannot have. You have to mute me in one room or the other. Well, interesting. Stevie says the YouTube is not blurry for him. Had to change the setting to 1080, which is what I have recommended. But Pepe would know to do that. So it might be for those of you who are even in the main room saying it's a little blurry. It might be just I don't know your computer settings too. I mean, I haven't had that remark. So Obi says, refresh your browser. Okay, you have to maybe refresh your browser if it's blurry. I'm not talking about well, maybe in you. I don't think in YouTube, but in the main room, just refresh your browser. That might help. All right, guys, this is another potential for me on a short. Now, I don't like the spread. Works for YouTube also. Okay, so maybe refresh your browser in YouTube also. Okay, this is a comment from Obi in our main room who says refreshing the browser seems to help clear up any resolution problems. Now, I'd love to short this one. Look at the room it's got underneath is CELC, but the issue it's a little bit spready. Now, that spread won't matter if it tumbles down, of course, but I don't know that's going to happen. Wow, this Epsom. Anybody try at Interactive Brokers? Is it still are they still blocking you from trading it at Interactive Brokers? And that's the EPSM. Oh my gosh. Well, there are a lot of China scams that were allowed to trade though SKM. I mean, you can. I don't want to use the term. I shouldn't use the term scam, but okay, guys. Now QMCO could be interesting. This is on a reentry, but the trend is still down a little bit. Because I don't want to get sued, Grumpy, in case the CEO of one of them happens to be in the room and says, "Hey, the guy from Trade Ideas called our company a scam." How's that? I'm just super aware of nonsense that can happen. I know it's unlikely, but I don't want to take the chance. Ah, look at that. That spread had been better. I mean, this is turning into a nice short that I'm not in, but the spread, kept me out. It's still not great, but as I said, if it moves down $2, that spread won't matter. Yeah, I never say anything like that, a pump and dump. I never. I mean, you can say a lot of things. There's so many that are pump and dumps. All we try to do is get on the right side for a while and take advantage of it. Hmm. Okay, so I'm maybe a little interested in this one as a potential short, guys. The Bros, BROS. It's got to take out 51 though. It did briefly. I will put a price alert down in this area to see if later on it does. This is coming in on that small gap breakout. MLTX is still hanging underneath 8. Okay, NNNN, you guys were talking about this one, just resumed and on the way down. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, so didn't see this one in the pre-market. Why? Didn't do anything. Okay, Don Joey. Let me make sure I'm talking to Don Joey in our YouTube room. So if you haven't done this already, please do. So this is I'm going to take you to my homepage. So if you click on my homepage link, I just put it in underneath where you just posted. So click on my homepage link, go down to the education section, click on the more info, and then you see where it says, I don't know if you've done this already, but if you haven't, this is sort of mandatory you do this first. Getting started with trade ideas, okay? Very short videos to get you started so you can understand what an alert window is, what a top list window is, etc. Okay, and other aspects of trade ideas. So if you haven't done this already, please do it. It'll because it's a software program. Obviously, there's a learning curve, and what we tried to do here is, that's why it's called Getting Started with Trade Ideas. Very short videos. Okay, so I don't know if you've done that. Okay, please do that first. Okay, you probably, well, if you've got a toolbar already, you don't have to do the login, but definitely it's a very short videos. Okay, I think there are about 8 of them. Just do yourself a favor, otherwise, you're going to be bewildered by everything that's going on probably. And then this room, you can come into the room every day. You can ask me questions. From about 9 a.m. Eastern time to say 2:30 Eastern time. I do take a break at noon Eastern time. All right, guys, you know what? MLTX actually, a lot of some little bottoming tails here. So maybe it will have another little run in it. There's the VWAP is still about the same, 805, 805. Last I looked, it was 806, so it's still about the same. I'll put a price alert just a little bit over the VWAP, and maybe it goes on another run. Well, let's have a race today, guys, between NP and FRMI. Okay, they're both around the same price right now. A couple of IPOs from 2 days ago. NP is at 30.95, and FRMI is at 30.90. So who's going to finish? Who's going to finish higher? Is again a couple of IPOs from 2 days ago. Good for you guys. I know you got some of you are sticking with that USAR, all-time high, all-time high. Had news about being in this company being in talks with your government, White House, about rare earth metals. Well, this had a I didn't see this in the pre-market at all. ANRO, big move though. Didn't see it in the pre-market. It wasn't really doing much. That's the 930 bar. Again, it didn't do anything in the pre-market. ANRO. And then once the market opened, wow, look at the volume, 31 million, 18 million in the float. Now, this is, I don't know why this is showing up in my headlines, but Apple shares slip following Jeffrey's downgrade. Okay, but that's nothing to do with ANRO. FDA fast track designation for its schizophrenia drug. Okay, so that is the news for ANRO. Look at the volume today. Did not see this in the pre-market at all. It's interesting too, because that news was in the pre-market. It's not like it just hit, but market sort of looked at that and go, oh, yeah, whatever. Yeah, it's getting over the VWAP now again, guys. Over the VWAP. Looking at it, if you look at a 5 minute, well, even on a 2 minute, look at all the bottoming tails. Over the VWAP now. It's all about the room looking left. I mean, I don't remember what the news was here, but obviously it was devastating. Okay, guys, I just want to see, I want to make sure, well, you can't make sure, there's no guarantee it's going to stay over the VWAP, but Okay, well, I'm still watching it. Do you want to see it get over that VWAP a little bit better? Remember, I mean, for all the reasons it went down, they're still there. It's just that it has tremendous bounce potential, of course. Yeah, so this was a drug trial result. Okay, so that is why dropped 90% on drug trial results. Oh man. Whew. So I mean, that still is there. It still lingers, but I mean it can be a tremendous bounce play. So I asked the question earlier, Dwayne. I think you tried to buy this one yesterday. EPSM, is it still unavailable at Interactive Brokers to buy it? This is a Macau, which is so bizarre because normally if that's the case, you wouldn't even see any shorts available. But so it's still a risk concern. So you cannot buy. So I cannot buy EPSM at Interactive Brokers. They're blocking me from doing it. Okay. So my guess is that they're not going to let me short it either. Missed this one. This was another nice short from that at 1250. I missed it. Yeah, I'm talking about the PC. Look at the room underneath it's got. Don't want to chase it now though. Okay, now give me a moment, guys. All right. Well, let's see if it moves now. Okay, over the VWAP again. Had that price alert right over the VWAP. Let's see if it now moves from that area. Watching very closely, of course, guys. The spread is widened a bit on the MLTX. Okay, over the view app, maybe just put a little price alert. Maybe I can induce it up just a little bit more. Okay, guys, as I keep watching this one to see if it has a bit of more of a move for me here, the MLTX. Want to just confirm. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Steve Gomez in our YouTube room, taking over for me in about an hour, less than an hour, noon Eastern. All right, there we go. MLTX, it popped to 26, but pulled back just a little bit. What was the high? The high today was 850. So I will be surprised if it takes that out, but maybe we can get a little close. Keep an eye on the CLSK guys over the whole number now, 16 over that whole number and moving. I don't know, monthly chart, where could it go? So the next high, look at that. Next high is 1625 on a monthly chart. I mean, if it takes that out, then the next high is almost up to 18. So, I'm going to put a price alert. Look what it got to today. It got up to 1615. Is that right there right now? And that is the next high, almost looking left, which is 1625. So I'll put a price alert at 1625 first to see if it gets there. Okay. I mean, I'm going to take it if it hits it, but I do want to see if it gets there because then it has a ton of room. Okay, waited for a bid of 830. I got it. So I'm out some. All right, I should 831. Okay, that's the MLTX. Now this allows me, because see how parabolic it went on the 2-minute chart. See, this is what concerns me a bit, is that it's gone so parabolic on the 2-minute chart. What I'd like to see more is a more orderly move up, rather than you see the blue wave there, and you see how it's way above. I mean, it doesn't mean it's going to fall, but that is what concerns me a bit. So that's why I've taken some off. I got some out at around 831. All right, guys, CLSK. So it did get to that monthly high. But again, look how parabolic it is. It may not matter. It may not matter. It had news today talking about that produced 629 Bitcoins, and they're a miner, obviously. This was their news this morning, hitting 13,000 Bitcoin treasury, 13,000. Yeah, Bitcoin's still over the 120,000 mark. I didn't take it. I just, to me, it's just a little too parabolic to get into it right now for me. And I may just keep ripping higher, but is going to do it without me. All right. Yeah, it'll be Steve in our YouTube room starting at noon. He's going to start the market maker, the money machine from scratch. Okay. He's going to demonstrate the use of the money machine at noon Eastern between 12 and 1. He's going to start it from scratch. So what that means is he's not running it right now. Just give me one moment, please. No, well, am I liking it to short? I liked it to go long. I mean that, but I mean it is gone. It is gone parabolic. But let me just take a look at it now. I mean, it's got great news. Well, for it, it has great news today. So I mean, I wouldn't anticipate that it'd be a big moving short down. But I'm not taking it now because it has gone a little parabolic. So your question is probably, well, if I'm thinking it's gone parabolic, why wouldn't I potentially short it? Well, just because I think it's gone parabolic doesn't mean it's going to stop. So I don't see the odds right now in my favor. And it's taken that monthly high out. It might, the next monthly high is 18. Yeah, there's the weekly. Let's see, the weekly is the high as is the same as the monthly. You see, so there's room for this to keep running. I mean, there's the weekly high right up here. Now, at some point, will it run out of steam? Of course, but I don't know when that's going to happen. Oh, just a minute, just a minute. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Well, there was a big move in Bitcoin, wasn't there? Because I'm just noticing now it's actually gone positive. from being down about, well, big move. It's gone positive from being down $600. So there's Bitcoin. It has just gone positive. I'm looking at IBIT, of course. I'm not looking at the coin itself, but so it's almost 120, 121,000 again. That would represent, if IBIT gets up here, that would represent, I guess, that. What did you say, William? The high was it 123? Somebody said, was it 123? The all-time high, 123 or so. Yeah, no, I know what Bitcoin is. I've got interactive broke, but I'm just wondering what was the high, the actual high, all-time high, the 123. Doesn't really matter. I mean, in fact, what I'll do is I'll just put a price alert up here for IBIT. Oh, your charts aren't working. Okay. Okay, sorry guys, just answering some emails here. So yeah, the MLTX was okay. I mean, it was okay. Um, I'll keep, if it takes out that 850 later on in the day, maybe it might get me interested again. I can't remember what the float. Yeah, pretty low float. So anything is possible. But remember, for it's starting to sound like a broken record, but for all the reasons why it got hammered down, they're still there. It's not like everything is rosy again. It's just that turns into if you can find a way to get in an interesting bounce play. So up here, I've got a price alert. That's the high of the day. Maybe it takes it out again. But again, maybe it takes it out. Okay, so QMCO, this is, look what it got to. I mean, there's the high right there, 1253, and right there is 1248. So it got into this high area. And if you have trade ideas, you know why or our premium service, you know why I'm looking at it. You should know anyway. And look at the reentry. Look at the reentry column. If you don't have that re-entry column, I know it's going to nag on everybody about this, but I mean, you should have that re-entry column. All right. Well, this is just for me anyway. Entertainment, excuse me, entertainment purposes only. I can't do anything with this stock, but those of you who can, EPSM, you can see, I mean, getting right into, I mean, this potential resistance area. Remember this day? I do remember it. 155, not that long ago. This is back in September, September 9th. Craziness. Ooh, nice. See, look at the CSLK now or CLSK now. You know, I mean, it's still, even though I think it's gone parabolic, though it's at least now the wave is catching up. At least, so if you were in this one right now and you took some profit in some area, you can kind of hold on now that, especially now that the wave, that 2 minute on the 2 minute anyway, has caught up. It's when the bars are way above the top of the wave, gets a little dicey. It can get a little dicey, but you can see how it's caught up now. That's how I read it anyway. So, guys, if you're wanting to activate the trade wave on your charts, just let me know. Well, if Rocket takes out this low here, this could turn into an interesting short, guys. 1778 is going counter to the rest of the market, of course. 1778 is the next low looking left, because if it does that, the next low is right around the 17 level. So there's certainly plenty of room for this one to move if it wants to. It's it's certainly weakening right now underneath that whole number, but I wouldn't take it unless it broke through here. Well, I'm going to do my video on this one again, on this again, the QMCO, not that specific stock, but the idea of it. Okay, Steve, please on trade wave. So you want to activate the trade wave on your charts. Okay, I do want to go over, the reentry time or reentry price for QMCO, but okay, to activate, and this is part of the standard service. Okay, so first thing you have to do is, if you right click, if you don't have use browser interface checked, then check it. So let me know, okay, if you've got it checked. If you don't have it checked, check it, and then we'll move on from there. Okay. Hopefully you can see what I'm pointing at. Use browser interface. It must be checked. So let me know if it's checked. Obviously, you don't have to check it, but if it is not checked, then please check it. That's on your chart. Right click on the chart and use browser interface. Check it. So let me know. That's for anybody who's listening, but Steve, okay, done. Good. Now, when you do that, now I'm hoping you're on a later version of Trade Ideas, but you should see a bunch of icons at the top. You see the heart, you see the time, then and then right there, the fourth one to the left. Okay, there's an icon right there. If you click on it, it says Trade Wave. Okay, want to make sure you can see that icon, and then when you click on it, you see Trade Wave. I'm just waiting for a yes. If you don't see the icon, then you might have to expand your chart a bit. Okay, good. Now, when you click on TradeWave, now when I click, this is a toggle on and off. Okay, so when you click on TradeWave, my TradeWave is going to disappear because it's a sort of a not sort of, it is a toggle on and off. So I'm going to click on it again. When you click on it, now you're going to get the wave. Okay, now you can do that for every chart if you want. I don't do it for the daily, but I do it on my my 15. And don't forget to save your work. Okay, make sure you save your layout. Any change you make, even though you might think this, well, it's not minor, but any change you make, you must save your work. So at the very, very least, if you file, exit, it's going to ask you, do you want to load this layout the next time you load trade ideas? If you say yes, then everything will be saved. That's the at the very least. But you can obviously create a layout with a name on it. Now, I don't care that much about the buy and the sell flags. Most of the time, the way I use it, it's because I may be already in a trade, not because I saw a buy or sell flag, but then what happens is the wave helps me to keep in the trade a lot longer than I ever used to until it transitions to another color. To the blue is strong, orange is weak. Okay. So look at the SPY. See how the SPY transitioned? What time was that? That was at 9:25, just before the market opened. So, that's a 5-minute chart. You can see how the SPY from 6:25 Eastern time, 6:25 Eastern time was in a pretty steady downturn. Now, there were some jogs up. So, had I been in a SPY short here, I probably would have definitely taken some off here as it pierced the top, but it didn't turn blue. So it helps me keep in the trade until, see how I can write it down a lot further than I ever would have before until finally then we get a transition. Now, I'm not saying this is beautiful because, there was a big drop underneath there, but a lot of times you'll see a nice, a smoother transition and you'll just see a wave just moving up, 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 up without any major drops. So that's how I use the wave. So had I got in here, for instance, I definitely would have taken some off here, but I would still be in in the SPY long if I'd taken it, still be in that SPY long because, that we'll see what happens right there, but that might be just a momentary blip down, and then it could continue higher. Now, it's a guide, okay? It's a guide. It's a visual aid for you. Now, I'm not saying this would be easy, okay, guys, because it has been very choppy, but the QMCO, this is what I want to, if you have our premium service. Now, the reason you have our premium service, I mean, it might be because you want to test the money machine in simulation mode, but the other reason is because you want to have access to our AI and using it like a watch list. Okay. Look what happened here. You have a reentry, and I've gone over this many times. Okay. A lot of people who use our AI, it's going to be a moment, William, is no, CDTX was not an AI alert. No. So if you don't have this column, please add it. All you have to do is right click, go to the columns and scroll down. And this is an alphabetical order. At least put the reentry price column in there because what happens is Not all, you can only see there's only one today that it happened, but if a stock, the alert price, the original alert price for QMCO was at 12.15, okay? The stop was at 11.79. You can see what it did. It hit the stop. But then if the stock, I mean, this is wonderful now. If the stock gets halfway between the original entry and the stop, you'll get a re-entry price. And that's exactly what happened. And the re-entry price was 11.97. And now we're talking 12.43. There are a lot of people, myself included, really, I just wait for re-entries. You may not get very many over the course of the day. You may not get any, because what has to happen, the stock has to, again, get halfway between it has to hit the stop price at some point. Then it has to get halfway between the stop price and the original entry. And then you do get a re-entry price. Think of it this way, maybe the alert was just a little early, and don't but the idea was still good. And I've done my last two videos. Oh, you know what? There was a guy who wanted just give me a moment, okay? Where is it? Just give me a moment, guys. I've got to find somebody asked me a question yesterday in our I don't often get too many directed to me. At info at trade-ideas.com. Okay, guys. So there, I mean, I'm going to keep nagging at people to make sure you add that re-entry column. Does everybody who has AI understand what I'm talking about? Okay. You have to have our premium service, of course. And you can remember now, you can put sound alerts on alert windows. A sound alert meaning, watch, if I right click on this alert window right there, properties, what? I must have unchecked it for some reason. Okay. That's why I wasn't hearing them. And play the sound, set up the sound. And I've got a female voice. No, I guess I'm using some kind of a custom sound, but you can text to speech. You can have your pick, female or male or both. Okay. And what happens is then the symbol gets read out, or we've got custom sounds here. So your sound file name, select the sound. Here are three folders. Each has some sound alerts in. You can pick one. Toilet flush. Pick it. Okay. Open it. You can play it if you like the sound. Then say okay a couple of times, and then that gets attached to the alert window that you started the process from. Okay. And why that's did I save it? No. So why that's good is because now you shouldn't have so many alert windows. You get overwhelmed, but maybe have 3 or 4 alert windows. You have different sound alerts for each window. So when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. You have obviously different sound alerts for the different windows. Okay. And you can put a sound alert on the AI, and you'll also get a sound alert when you get a reentry price. So you won't miss it. I mean, how good is this? I mean, seriously, 11.97, 12.63 now. And what did it get up to? Got up to 12.72. Now, there's your high right there. So, be aware of that high. I mean, that could stall it easily, though 12.50 did not stall it. Give me a moment, guys. Well, yeah, I don't know if you're in the pre-market with us, they them trades. We certainly were talking about, especially PJ and others, we're talking about USAR. The fact that the White House is talking to them. So we did see that, sure. Now it's been a bit of a downtrend. So it's a little bit choppy right now, but I mean, it's an all-time high. So, even put a price alert at the high of the day. I mean, if it takes that out, it could keep running. Now, remember, when I say a little bit choppy, it all depends on the time frame you're looking at. If you look at a 15-minute chart on this one, this is fairly smooth all the way up. It just means if you're going to take the trade, you have to have wider stops, on a 15-minute, in my opinion, anyway. Whereas if on a 2-minute chart, if that's what you're following, your stops are going to be probably tighter. But if you get a little transition from that orange to blue again, but it's been blue all the way on the 15. There's that black screen again, briefly. You know what I forgot to do was check my. Just give me a moment. I'm gonna check my cables at the back. Just give me one moment. Okay, guys, I'm back. Well, nothing appeared to be loose, but you never know. All right, guys, MLTX still is alive. I'm Nuke, NUKK. So this has been obviously very active also. Now, wow, look at the room. It's got 1114. Not saying it's going to get there, but look at the room now. Now that it's taken out the yesterday and the day before high. So I actually thought this was some kind of a nuclear, but of course it isn't. It's a financial technology company. Okay. Thought it might have been one of the quants or something, but just the way it was named. You can see we've got Qubit here winning a race, three of them. You see QS here. Oh, fly. Boy, it's been hit hard. I mean, this was a IPO back here, been hit hard from the highs, 73, $74 down to low of yesterday of 26. Not a good IPO. Hmm. That's right. You're right. You're right, Ryan. Their rocket blew up. You're absolutely right. But that was dropping before though. It wasn't. It was already in a downtrend, and then it really helped the downtrend down. All right, guys. Ooh, there's the rocket. Okay, give me a moment. Okay, guys, 11:19, 40 minutes or so that I'm on a break. Okay, guys, I took a short on the rocket. Got a very tight leash on it, RKT. This is I was waiting to see if we could take out yesterday's low, 1779. It's right there. I mean, I could be a little premature, but the reason I did it is because when I look left, 1715, and the wave is down. So let's see. Again, this will not be, no pun intended, a rocket ship down, but big float, quarter of a billion in the float. And this showed up on my small cap breakdown earlier, quite a bit earlier, somewhere. Okay, guys, sorry, I'm just reading some emails that are coming in. Oh boy, this one showed up on that scan also, the small cap, but the spread was what? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Look what's happened to this one, guys. Another one of the China ones. Or this is Singapore, right? This is Singapore. So look what's happened to this one. Now that would have been an insanely good short at 12.50, but the spread wasn't great. But look what's happened to this. Now you might say, well, okay, it's only down 11.85. It has been halted on the way down, and it's another one of these that is probably is just going to get devastated. Look at that potential open now at 190. Oh man, it would have been awesome to be in that short. So here's another one, guys. That's at least probably 10 that we've seen like this of these either, well, this is Singapore, but it could be China, Singapore, some of these stocks that, you have no inkling that this is going to happen. Other than the fact that you got to be usually you're a little bit higher in price before this happens. But I hope nobody is in this one, this PC. That would have been just incredible had I been in this short. Really? Well, it's the same in yeah, I just brought up a an Interactive Brokers chart and it's the same. Not a 50-cent stock. Man. So we had one yesterday. What was that one? LM something or other? And now we've got this one. This blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Shows the halt price. Can't see the symbol, but it is PC. And this column is showing where it could open. And when you see this, you might think, there's no way it's going to open at 250. Guess again. Now, it can change. I'm not saying it's not going to change, but I should keep a list of them. Remember, we saw one that was at $40 and it got halted and it opened around two. And when we looked at the daily chart on that one, it was straight up, not gigantic moves, just sort of steadily up, 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 up. So, William, I know what you're going to try to do. Maybe like you tried on the one yesterday. I can't remember what it was. Started with an M, I think. You're going to try to play a bounce on this one, the PC, if it opens today. Nope, not today. Okay. Yeah. Who's your broker, RJ? You probably have what, Centerpoint? I'm just seeing the fee rate. Even though it says there are 18,000 shares available, trade zero. Okay. Even though this says they have 18,000, there's no way they would let me short it. If I can't buy it, they're not going to let me short it. But the fee rate is at IB was 438%. What was it at trade zero? Just out of curiosity. 438 at IB. I'm assuming you're out of it now. Okay, QDEL. Another one that is showing up on my potential short. 29.11 is the next low. So it's almost got $2 to the next low. Now, I should say this. I mean, with the market, being up, these ones to short probably are, it'd be better if the market was down, unless they have some specific news on their own. Doesn't it? Well, or even at least starting to move down. Doesn't have to be down, like negative, just starting to move down a bit. What do they do? QDEL, Vitro Diagnostics Company. Okay, pretty new. 2022 company, QDEL. All right, guys, I've got about 30 minutes left, and then Steve Gomez will take over for me in our YouTube room. So if you guys are interested in the money machine, then stick around. He's going to demonstrate the money machine from scratch, starting at noon Eastern time. So, whoa, there's USAR now, guys. USAR is starting to give it up. Yeah, underneath the 200 the VWAP. VWAP is at 2685. So yeah, so underneath the VWAP now, guys, this might, let's see how well it holds underneath the VWAP. Obviously, it has a ton of room because of the pop. Okay, MLTX basing quite nicely actually around the between 820 and 825 MLTX. So it would be pretty good if this can somehow take out the high of today. Later on, it's over the VWAP. Take out that high of the day later on in the day, and I might have another run in it. Haven't seen one like that for a while. We used to see them all the time, two or three a day. These runners that sort of rest for hours, and then sometime in the afternoon, say between 1:30 and 2, maybe a little later, all of a sudden the enthusiasm comes back. You see the volume pouring in, and they take out the high and they start to run. Just haven't seen one for quite a while. USAR guys, USAR really heading down underneath that 200-day moving average. So this PC is going to get halted for a long time. So typically the halts, typically a volatility halt is 5 minutes long, but these ones can be typically, who knows? I can't remember how long the one yesterday was halted. It could be, hopefully, if you're short this one, you want it to open sometime today. But look at that, $3. All right, guys. Well, any questions to sort of keep me interested here? I'm just, obviously, I'm just not obviously, but I'm watching the rocket RKT. I'm still in this short here. It's I'm not going to give up on it. I'm, pennies to the good right now. Boy, look at this Fluence. Last time I saw this was around $12. FLNC, yeah, it was down here at $12 yesterday, the low. FLNC high yesterday was 14. Look at that riding the wave. So you can see it's not a matter of seeing the buy flag. If you had taken this, without seeing this, if you just taken this right here, on a little break, and now when you're in it, now you just kind of ride the wave until it turns on you. I'm not saying you wouldn't take out anything, but if you take out something, then it really helps you keep in the trade until that turns orange. Okay, QDell. I think the problem, yeah, I mean, it's moving down, but I could not take it because of the spread. All right, Suriname in our YouTube room. Well, you're in a Trade Ideas trading room. Okay. So all these symbols that you see here, these are generated from a program called Trade Ideas. Okay. So that's how you do it. Now, you're not a subscriber, obviously. But this room is like this between Monday to Friday, so you can come in and kind of see what we do. If you, what sort of are you an experienced trader at all, Suriname? Are you an experienced trader at all, or kind of new to trading? I'm talking to Suriname in our YouTube room. Because what I would suggest you do, if you obviously do not have trade ideas, I have no idea what your trading experience is. So yes, that means you have some trading experience. Okay, this is what I would do. Okay, if you click on my homepage link, I'm going to drop my homepage link underneath. Okay, hopefully you can see it. If you click on my homepage link, okay, I'm going to show you what you're going to see. So if you scroll down a bit and go to the education section, click on the more info, and then scroll down a little bit more. And you see where, not back to basics, see where it says getting started with Trade Ideas. You don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas to have access to this. I would start off, these are very short videos, okay? I would start off with the second one that talks about alert windows and top lists and go through them. I think there might be 7 or 8 very short videos. That'll give you an idea about what Trade Ideas is all about, okay? And how you can create your own scans. This is what I've done. I've created my own set of parameters to see the stocks that I want to see. Doesn't mean I trade them all, of course, but for instance, setting up things like, okay, just show me stocks between, $1 and $10, million shares I've traded. It's abnormal in terms of volume, maybe 3 or 4 times normal volume, up from yesterday's close, 2% minimum or 5%. You can create your own scenario, okay, using our filters and our alerts. But if you watch these videos, that'll give you an idea about what Trade Ideas is all about. And then, we do have some promos on right now. But I would watch those videos first before you make, it'll kind of help to, I think anyway, help make up your mind whether or not this is a type of program that you might get interested in. Okay. I mean, we do have some promos on right now, but I would do that first. Okay. So let me show you a momentum scan as an example. I'm sharing a lot of scans, okay, with people. So if you don't want to create your own scan from scratch, you can take my scans and adjust them perhaps to your trading style. But let me show you, for instance, a momentum scan that I've got, and I'll just show you what I mean about having like the ability to create your own scan. Okay, so this is an example of what I call this is my momentum scan. Okay, so if I right click on it, this is going to show you what it's looking for. But this is what I'm saying. You can customize it to your style of trading. So if I click on the summary, so in this particular scan, I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $100. The current volume is at least 20. That means it's got to be trading at least 20 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. Minimum volume, 500,000 shares. This gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes, 400% of normal. And it's got to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. So if all of the filter values are met, these values are met, and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So that's an idea. Now you could look at this and go, well, I like the concept of it, but I'd rather have a different price range. So of course, you can make changes, or you can start completely from scratch and create your own scan with your own set of parameters. You say you have some experience trading, so maybe you've got some filters, moving averages, things like that you like. But you can take this one as an example and make changes to it if you wanted to. But that's the idea of Trade Ideas. You can customize a scan so that it's only going to show you things that you want to see. Doesn't mean you trade every one of them, of course, but it's just because obviously you get an alert. But my thing, of course, is then you click on the alert. Do I like what I see on the daily chart, the weekly chart, the monthly chart? And if you have any trading experience, I'm sure you're probably doing that, something like that, because not everything you see is going to be tradable. But that's the idea. That's the concept of Trade Ideas. All right, guys. Oh, well, we just looked at this fluence before and look at it just ripping here. Well, it was. It was. Got up to 1414. What a move. Now, is this just a pause? Is it a pause? I mean, look what it got to. It got to the high of yesterday, which is 1415. And what did it get to today? 1416. So that's why I'm always looking left. That has blocked it so far. Doesn't mean it's going to be blocking it for the rest of the day, but right now, that's a bit of a block. What do we think about Reddit? Well, I know William has talked about it, but Reddit has been in disfavor. Now, Piper Sandler and JMP have come in and said, okay, they're bullish. I don't know what but the reason, what was the reason they said that, when people are using Chat GPT, Reddit is not showing up as much anymore? Was that kind of the reason for this big downtrend? I mean, I think this was the all-time high up here. Something like that, yeah. Wasn't coming up, on as many, call it searches in Chat GPT. Yeah, Reddit shares fall in heavy trading volume after study shows drop in Chat GPT citations, okay? Very fancy, citations. Okay, that was, if you're looking for a catalyst of why this was moving down, that would have been it. Though it was moving down earlier than that. I mean, this is September 18th. It was moving down before that, but maybe, it was already happening. So, is this a bottom? I mean, yesterday, 198. I mean, that might be a bottom for a while. Okay, guys. See what this Q Dell is doing. Oh man, was very nice. Now the spread is tightened up. Had the spread been like this earlier, I would have been in that short, but it wasn't like that earlier. So I might have got a little greedy on the rocket, guys. I had a little bit of a gain when I got down to the high 60s, but I wanted to hold on a little bit longer. It's right back to where I shorted it. So talking about the RKT. The quant guys, QS, winning a race up here. Flex. I didn't see Flex at all, so I have a feeling I know what I'm gonna see when I see it, though. Something that's, yeah. A Williams special. Absolutely a Williams special. Something that has had a cataclysmic drop, and then you're very good at finding these bottoms and then playing the bottom for a bounce, or the reverse. Some parabolic pop, and then playing the short. It's all you wait for, isn't it? All day long, really, isn't it, William, in our main room? I mean, I know there's more to it than that, but All right, guys, 11:47. So in about 13 minutes, Steve Gomez will take over for me in our YouTube room. Okay. So keep an eye on USAR right now. Right now, USAR, USAR. Would have been a nice short, but it looks like it is starting to bounce off the whole number of 27 and starting to make that move. You see how it's transitioned a little bit to the blue. We had the short down here, orange. Now it's transitioning a little bit to the blue, and there's a buy flag. I mean, again, I don't follow the buy flags. I don't follow the buy and sell flags so much. I want to see what the wave does. See if that holds over the blue there of the wave. Never had news. The White House looking at these guys. Also was a merger, so takes off on merger. So it had a merger of some sort also. So look at this though. I mean, it's still trying to really decide on direction. I mean, that is a sliver of blue right there on the 2 minute chart of the wave. Now let's see if that turns down again. Let's see if that little sliver of blue turns back to orange, which would really probably. Now look at that. I bet you any. I bet if I look at a 1 minute chart. Yeah, you see how now it's turning. Depends on the time frame you're looking at, but there we go. All right, this might turn into a short again, guys. Underneath that whole number, the low down here was, I mean, 2640. That was still a ways to go. So I'd love to take this short, but I'm going to be on my break really soon. So I don't want to get into a new trade. I'll hold on to the rocket for a bit. It's right where I shorted it, but it's got a lot. This has got 36 million in the float. Rocket's got a lot more, so I don't anticipate like big swings in it. Rocket's got 247 million, so I don't mind holding on. Whereas the other one with that float can have some, more volatile moves. RR, haven't seen this one for a while, guys. RR, just over the whole number, 6, and on the move here. So if you're into this one, let's take a look at the monthly chart. Where could it go? Yeah, I mean, 1232. There's your next high. Let me take a look at a weekly chart, though. See if there's a weekly high we can see. No. So the next high on a monthly chart is back here. This is back in January of last year, 1227. Not saying it's going to get there, but you know, very interesting looking monthly chart if you're into RR. Okay, guys. So again, I'll be taking a break in about 7 minutes. Steve Gomez will take over for me in our YouTube room, and he's going to start the money machine from scratch. He hasn't been running it today. So if you want to see the money machine in action and ask some questions about it, what strategies may or may not be working, it's still in very, very early test phase. But if you have our premium service, you have access to it in simulation mode. But my advice is to head over to our YouTube room and listen to Steve while he is there from 12 to 1 and demonstrating it. Okay. Oh, you're welcome, Don Joey. Hopefully, you went through those videos at least. And so Monday morning, you can come back in and maybe you've either created some scans on your own or you've taken some of the ones I've got. Do you have a link for that, JTB, regarding LAC and Tesla? Or what room? Are you talking in Reddit? I mean, rare earths are certainly, I mean, your government took a 5% stake in this, I think. StockTwits. StockTwits, is it still around? We used to have a filter for StockTwits mentions, but that disappeared years ago. All right, guys. Well, I'm getting a little tired of. It's right back where I shorted it. The rocket. I don't want to get out of it just because of boredom, but okay, 11:56. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to put the YouTube link in the main room. Okay, so you guys can. You don't have to go yet. You can go over and listen to Steve for his 1 hour. And I'll put my announcement up. I'm still here, but I'm just waiting for Steve to show up in the YouTube room. Okay, so I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. He usually shows up, well, right at noon. He's a very busy guy. BitDeer. So BitDeer is just over the whole number here. BTDR, just over the whole number. Another one with a ton of room on the monthly chart. Look at the room on a monthly chart for this one. Next high is 27. Oh, okay, Rocket. Make your move now, maybe for me. Not looking for much. Oh, so PC just opened. Okay, it was not a catastrophic drop. Catastrophic? It wasn't, remember we saw 3, but it was still a big drop, but I would not touch this one, guys. I know maybe some of you might be trying to play a bounce, but just be awfully careful. I'm surprised it didn't open down around the 3 level. Wow. Well, listen, I mean, do what you want to do, but it just got halted again at 880, and and potential open is 1127. So do what you want to do. Okay, I hear a little pop. I think Steve is in our YouTube room now. So guys, in our main room, I will see you. I'll put myself on mute now. I'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And now I can officially welcome, I think anyway, Steve Gomez to our YouTube room. Is that correct? That's a little anticlimactic. I heard a pop, Steve, so I'm assuming you're in the room.
I fumbled. That was me.
You fumbled and bumbled on your mic?
Forgot to add the mic, yes.
Okay.
Almost a good segue.
Almost a good segue. I practice, especially just for you. I like segging to you, but
well, like my Padres who got robbed last night, at least for the opportunity to try and come back from the worst umpire call I've ever seen.
You mean the strike call?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was a big swing. And next year can't come fast enough when the players all tap their heads and say, you're going to be on show umpire. You're an idiot.
It should be, I mean, I know we're deviating completely, but I wish they would just go full bore on it. I mean, I know they're
every pitch.
Yeah,
just
every pitch. Just go
sliced it, caught it. Every pitch.
Remember when tennis did it? Remember when tennis, saw all the screaming and yelling, and this was in, this was out, and boy, once they went to the, it's definitive. No more arguing.
They're getting their foot in the door. Maybe it'll get there eventually.
Yeah.
But
anyway, I was cheering for the Padres, and but Tel Aviv. Of course, I'm all over the Blue Jays.
Did you guys see this SOAR by chance come through at all? SOAR in your room?
SOAR? No, not in any of my scans. No.
Yeah, I was positioned in that. I got a nice pop, and I got half of it off on that pop, and then it's maybe trying to reload. I don't know.
Oh, that's a real.
It's kind of a drone. Yeah, it seems like it's a drone play, but I don't really think it's a full drone play. There's more aviation play. It seems like, but I think that short float and low float is kind of interesting. So I'm watching.
41% short. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, my friend. Well, listen, I've prepped them all. I said you're going to start the money machine from scratch.
That's true.
So have at it.
All right. See you.
And I'll try to get. I'll get there between about 5 to 1. Okay, for you.
Yeah, sure. I don't have to leave early, but it's no big deal.
Oh, okay. Well, then 1.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Okay, Steve.
All right.
See you later.
All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to my screen. Boy, this market is nutty, and we're back in the silly season of small caps going absolutely bonkers. I'm in some UAVS here, and actually I've got an order to sell at 68 and another at 295. We may get those sales off while we're speaking, but it's been a fantastic week for me and my style, which brings me to maybe a little tease or introduction, but I'm going to do a video this weekend, a long form video. I'm going to take about, I don't know, maybe 45 minutes, but this was a screenshot from this morning's my Schwab account. If anybody has a Schwab account, you recognize this template. And something really interesting I'm going to talk about. And what that is where am I? Here we go. Right here is where I can't draw on top of that, is where the circle is where T+1 went from T+3 to T+1. This is a cash account. It's my 401k, principal company, retirement account, I believe. And it took me a couple months to figure out that, hey, you know what, Steve, you've been given a really good regulatory blessing back, which means you can constantly put fresh water back into your garden in the form of free cash every morning. All you have to do is sell the stuff that you don't like at the close and free up that cash to deploy it on something new and fresh the next morning. And that mentality has literally just taken off, and you just can't be stopped for the moment. I will say it's been really, really good this last week. And when it's really good and things come easy, that's when I usually got to pull back, because you got to be careful. You get complacent. So I'm in about half the stuff that I came in long this morning. I'm not going to take a lot of risk home. I'm really focused on these short-term ones. I got a gift in rum. They got some news overnight. I'll take that. It's just been one of those weeks where everything's kind of working. So at some point that's going to stop. But as I mentioned to Barry, I'm really long. I'm long still one half of this SOAR. I got rid of about 2/3 and bought a little bit back down here and low float. But nonetheless, it's one of Dan's favorites. Yeah, it's one of mine. Probably where he learned it. How do I set my system to start all over? Okay, Barry, I don't know if that was the question, but David, if you didn't get that answer, just email or come to the chat and we can reset your SIM account for you. Okay, we got some people watching. So as Barry maybe teased, a lot of people are probably wondering, hey, Steve, what's with the money machine? Well, yeah, I'm testing the money machine. I don't use it to trade, but I think it's a very fascinating tool. And I'm kind of helping. Yeah, it didn't come through. Unfortunately, that core didn't work out. Dang it. Yeah, really ugly. It had to be stopped out. But, some of the recent ones, you was pretty good, but we won't go there. Okay. Yeah, if you're in the chat, David, they can just hit reset sim for you. It's real simple. And not this chat, but our website chat on the main webpage. Yeah, info@trade-ideas, and they'll get it done for you right quick. Okay, so as promised, I'm trading my own stuff here, live account, but my duties also are to test and make sure that the money machine is, doing things and not breaking, and also me fine-tuning what might work for me. So as you can see, we've got nothing. I'm going from scratch here. Paper trading, connect. Oh, now we've got access to the money machine menu. And I'm going to go into my profile and I'm going to select what I've been working with, the volume version 4 of my 130 pullback. Save profile. Anything that pulls back to the 130, this blue line, gets a nice auto entry. So we're going to test this out, and I'm going to show you how I think the workflow would go if I was using this. Now, again, I'm not, but it doesn't mean it's not valuable. I'm here to try and help make it valuable for people that want to use it, and that's why we're all in sim mode, so we can fine-tune it. So we're going to open up the money machine. Actually, we don't need to open it. We've already saved our settings. Okay, we're good to go. Max entry candidates are going to be three at a time on the top 3. As those cycle in and out of the top 3, the most positions it will accept is 5. And I'm also doing a $5,000 position size to essentially kind of mimic 5 times 5. That's $25,000. That's the minimum account as it stands now with the pattern day trading rule, standing still at 25,000. So that's the risk. And the style is to not chase highs. This style is not going to be chasing highs. Here we go. Oops, let me try this again. Why am I not getting my drawing tool here? This is frustrating me. That's weird. So continuing on the money machine, we're just going to start it, see what comes in, if anything. Okay, so nothing's come in, and that's a really interesting tell. What's the market doing? It's still just kind of grinding higher. I would like to think something can come into that. You're welcome. All right, so I'm going to leave this open. What I'm not going to do is turn around and go, oh, there's nothing coming in. Why don't I flip to the short side and see if no, that's really not the way to go. The way to go is to try and figure out from the top down, what's the market doing? And the market's continuing to grind higher. So I'm going to try and look for an opportunity to buy a pullback. And so nothing has come in yet, and that's okay. Actually, I think I can pull up the, just to see what has come in the past. I'm going to load from cloud the actual setting on this. Yeah, perfect timing. I'm going to pull it up right now. It's called the pullback to the SMA. There it is. Load. And you can see it's empty. All right, this is why we have no positions. I'm going to try my pen again. It's so strange that I can't get my pen to work. Glitch. All right, so let's do this real quick. Let's just go back in time and say, what happened maybe earlier that we might have missed. We'll go back to 8 o'clock Pacific. All right, let's see what's in there and what it did. Okay, so it came in right here and touched that 10 SM, that 130 SMA, went a little bit through, but it's starting to bounce now. This one would have been decent. I'm looking at this right there. So visually speaking, that's right. You did that for me before, Pepe. You're right. I knew there was something lurking in the back of my mind that would make that work. Let's see if it's running. Yep, you're right. It's in there. Let's close that. Pepe to the rescue on a Friday again. Ta-da, thank you. All right. Okay, so back to, I didn't kill that window, did I? I did, didn't I? That was silly. Now, again, when I share with you, it's the cloud version. Oh, look, we got 2 things. Why aren't they coming in? Oh, it's because no? Why didn't that come in? Stop. Look at that, snuck in. MIR, that's a different one. Let me just make sure of something here. Let me make sure that what I pulled up was the exact same settings. So I'm going to rework this. We're going to go configure. This is called, pullback version 4. So I need to find that in the cloud. There it is. I loaded the wrong one the first time. Okay. So MIR is the only one that's come in since I started the money machine. Oops, we got to start it again. And these will probably come in now. These 2 I'm betting. All right, well, we wait for that. Here's where I want to go next. So for whatever reason, this one popped in. I'll take a look at the daily chart. Kind of an interesting chart. I'm just going to go ahead and really tighten up my stop here. I don't like this. I'm just going to really just tighten that up, and then I'm going to click the green target, give myself maybe a little scalp if it does want to work. We'll let it work. There we go. So we'll risk $13 to make 60. All right, that's kind of the mentality I've been having on these trades. And back to the scan. For whatever reason, those 2 haven't come in. They might still. Let's just see what they look like. I would probably ditch this one. Why would I ditch this one? Because see how the 10 SMA is coming? It's just like begging for it to break. So I probably would cut that one if it came through. That's not that bad. But the point being is this is a scan that's going to really keep people out of trouble in the automated money machine fashion because we're buying pullbacks first and foremost. We're not chasing new highs. Okay, so as I mentioned, here's the cloud link. But remember, the cloud link is not transferable. We have to turn the cloud link into a collaboration link. So allow me to take this moment to show everybody who doesn't know what I'm talking about. So if you open that link that I just dropped, you right click and copy the link address and you open it from the cloud, you'll get the scan. You can use the scan as you'd like, but it's not being automated. That's the point. Is just they're interesting areas of opportunity. And so far, this is the only live one I've got going. And as you see, I want to remind you guys, I'm not so hung up really on trying to perfectly. Do I have TradeWave? No, I don't. I do. I didn't want TradeWave. That's probably why I'm not getting it. So let me just turn this off. Finishing my thought, I'm not trying to maximize the trailing stop, move it up 0.5%, tick-tock, ratchet, that whole thing. I'm visual. I just want to see what's going on visually. So I'm going to stop the money machine. I forgot that I had made a test yesterday with TradeWave, and I don't want to use TradeWave. So I'm going to unselect TradeWave, and that's why I probably wasn't getting as many entries. So we're going to unselect TradeWave, save profile, and we're going to relaunch, and I might get a new position. Yep, here come the positions. So when you turn off TradeWave, you get a lot more activity. Things come in quicker. They don't have to wait for the TradeWave to trigger. But my point being was I'm constantly visually trying to massage each one of these setups because they're all different. Okay, so here's this one. Not bad. If it can bounce off here, let's go ahead and risk, let's risk 25 bucks to make 72 bucks. So I'm constantly just giving myself visual setups. Going back to what I was talking about, I'm not trying to concern myself with all these stops and settings and ratchets. And, you can try that, but my philosophy is every setup is going to be different. And, some might require a little bit more leeway. Like I didn't want to give this one a lot of leeway, but I'm going to put it right at the low of that last wick, $17 to risk to make 71. And this is all I've been doing. And it's basically kept me out of trouble. And it's grinded away on most days, not all days. Like Dan said, I want to remind people, like Dan's right, you're not going to go out and play golf and par every single hole. You're going to make some bogeys and you're going to make some good ones. But at the end of the day, you want to have a good score. And that's what we hope to have. So there's 3 positions working. And remember, the way we have it set now, we've set the bar very low. You're automatically going to lose the spread every single time. Now, in reality, the slippage might work out in your favor when we go live. Why? Because if smart orders are being used, a lot of times you're going to get a midpoint between the bid and the offer. What we're simulating here is worst case scenario, buying on the offer, selling on the bid. So we're constantly losing the spread, which begs the question, yes, there's going to be an inherent spread filter built in across the board universally, globally. So, there's not a stock that pops up on somebody's scan with a 50-cent spread, and it makes it kind of tough. So from there, finishing my thought, you have the cloud link. If anybody's wondering how to convert that cloud link into the money machine, what you have to do is take the scan and you need to go to collaborate. The collaborate is the language that the money machine is using. And I can't transfer that. I agree with you, Frankie Fred, into the chat because it's too long. So we're having you guys transpose it. So we'll go ahead and copy all. And now you've got your collaboration link pulled from the scan that I just dropped. And that is essentially where you would put it into the money machine and add, which that menu will work, but I have to stop the money machine to get the menu to accept something new. So that's what's going on there. So this one's working. I think I don't even have a setup yet, do I? No, okay, so imprint on this one. Anybody that is going to use this scan and give it some critique. This is the money. This is the one I'm looking for right here. I had to go through 4 charts before I found this. Why do I like it so much? Well, had a monster move on the daily, big topping tail wick yesterday, flowed right back. It's really converging at the 50-day moving average with a nice pullback, good volume, and it's supporting exactly where I would want the safety net to catch it. And this is exactly what the money machine did. And so let's configure this. I want to give this one some thought here. I think there could be some bounce in this one. So we're going to target with the green dot. All we have to do is come back up to this level and we can make $200. And I think we can risk $45 to make 200. So do you see how that one is totally different than some of these other setups? And this is the point I'm trying to drive home. This is a garbage chart. This could go either way. I'm not really excited about this, but I'll go ahead and risk $13. There's just no way that you can come in and massage these numbers of trailing stops and ratchets and move up and down. In my opinion, you can't beat a visual setup. Look at, we're already at $45 in the one, and this brings up another good point. I'm going to really tighten this one up really tight. Sometimes it takes one good one to pay for the other 2 or 3 that don't work. Yes, I'm moving those stops. So I'm not really relying on my initial settings. And that's really the point I want to drive home with you guys. That's what I'm doing with the money machine. I'm not trying to work it out to where my configuration is perfect and I can get up and go watch TV and hit golf balls while the money machine works. This requires babysitting more so than maybe people had anticipated, but that's just the reality. And every setup is different. This is a 5-star setup for me right here. This Boyle. This is exactly what I configured the money machine to look for. And as long as it bounces, I'll just keep moving up. So yes, to answer your question, this every time I move and drag and drop, I am canceling and replacing an order. Yeah, sure. We'll go over that, David. Let me just back up here. I agree, Funky Fred. We're going into the weekend. I've had a monster run, probably the best run in years. And that's usually, if you don't heed that warning, you get complacent and you give half of it back. I don't want to give much of it back at all. So I'm kind of closing up shop going into this weekend. We're extremely overbought. I'm very happy with what I've made. I don't want to try and feel like I'm risking over the weekend to get more. So all of my trades are exit only. I'm not taking any new trades. Yeah. We could have a black swan headline at any moment, and I just don't want to stick around for that. So I'm constantly risk on, risk off, risk on, risk off, buying when they're pulling back to the 130 line, and selling when they move. So, yep, we're going to do that right now, Niv Top, because you and David asked the same thing. So let me pull out. Well, a couple things. I mean, again, there's not much to see in the money machine settings except of what I originally said. These are $5,000 position sizes. What I'm doing is I'm mirroring like the bare minimum. If somebody had a $25,000 account and they want to trade, maximum 5 positions, but keep me in the top 3 on that scan. And let's look at what the scan is. The scan is called pullback to the 130. What is the 130? It's this blue line. This is beautiful setup. I mean, it got way ahead of itself up here. And it had to breathe. And when it comes back to breathe, it usually finds a lot of support right at that blue line. So this is a 5-day moving average on the 15-minute chart. So essentially, it's a 130 SMA. And this is just a bedrock of this is a bedrock of my support. I dropped the scan above, Iris. It's in the link above. Just scroll upwards. And so now we're going to look inside the link in the configuration. What is this thing scanning for? And trust me, I could probably do better. I haven't really tweaked it much. This is version 4. That's why I've got V4 there. Here is the 130 SMA, which thank God Trade Ideas built a few years back. And whenever you're doing a change from, if you're trying to envelope or bracket a movement down to a level or up to a level, You do a little bit below, so 0.1% below, 0.1% above, and that gives me a nice straddle of that blue line. And that's where the activity pops up. The price is 20 to 500. Relative volume, I've got set at 1. Honestly, I could turn that down a little bit more, and anybody else could, and get more symbols to come in, but I've got that set at 1. Today's range, this is kind of a hack. I put this in because there are some stocks, and you've seen them where they're bought out and they're arbitraged, waiting to be absorbed by the new symbol. And so they gap up and then they just do this. Well, those were popping into my scan and I don't want those. So today's range has to be bigger than a tiny little 5.5 range. And that has weeded out those bad ones. Change in 3 days. This is important. It has to be up. In the last 5 days, it's got to be up 3%. And that's why we see something like Boyle. Look at Boyle. It's just doing exactly as I had hoped. It's the winner. Average daily volume, 500,000 shares. I don't want to trade little Mickey Mouse stocks that don't do much. I want to trade names that are kind of familiar. And so those are the scans that are bringing this money machine to life here. And as you can see, we've had virtually no stress. So for those of you who are wondering, where do I start with this money machine? I don't know where to start. This is a place where you can start. Again, I can't give out the collaboration link, but I gave out the cloud link, and I'll do it one more time. And this can back you into the top list configuration of what this money machine is doing. So now, what are we doing? The trade's moving up here. Well, let's move up the stop to a flat. There we go. I don't have to rely on settings. There's no reason why you can't just come in and see what's going on with these things. And like I said, one is paying for the others. I'm going to make that super tight because it should be bouncing. So we're just going to really almost give that one away right there. You can see the scan has gone blank, so there's not much working. I don't like the way that one is working either, but I'm going to keep that tight stop nonetheless. And we just hope that Boyle continues to help and work and pay for the others. What filter sort am I using? Let's take a look. Change from the close. So I want to see ones that are diving down into that line. A filter sort on the money machine is change from the close. So those two have lined up. Mickey Mouse stocks. Yeah, I could probably lower the threshold of a $10 price to, and anybody else that has the configuration. That's the idea, is take it and then make it your own, make it what you want it. Why filter sort change from the close? Because I want to see the ones that are down, that are moving down into, because I want to buy a dip. I don't want to chase a rip. I don't want to chase a new high. I want to be contrarian. And remember, stocks that are up 3% in the last 5 days, I want to see them sorted where the action is to the downside. And only when it hits that 130 SMA, I'm buying it. This is a contrarian purchase. You're buying a new low. I don't want to chase a new high. I have found that chasing new highs in the money machine is not fruitful the way I would want it to be. I want something like this to be slow and steady. And so far, that's kind of what we're getting. All right, let me see if I've missed anything here. All right, I think I'm caught up. If I'm not, let me know. Let's move around my positions here real quick. Rum, I'm not selling this. I got lucky. I'm just going to keep it. SOAR, I've already scalped a really good move off of this one. It's super thin. Kind of reloaded a little bit down here. I'm just going to sit in this one and see if it can have a pop before the close. DJT, I've been sitting in this one for a while. This one's interesting because I was talking to the guys here at work. This might be the first day that DJT has been able to overcome the pressure of selling at the 5-day 50-day declining moving average. This could be day one. And these are the kind of moves, if you're going to try and be a trend change picker, where a stock is, I call it changing lanes. It's changing lanes from being under repressed into the 50-day to conquering the 50-day and starting to trade above it. That's really the first early signal that you might be in for a reversal. So that's what I'm hoping for. If the end of the day comes around, I'll just be sitting in DJT for a while. Tampa, it's swing trading. It's you could. I haven't. And what you would probably do is you would probably create a trade wave scenario that is a slow and steady, maybe a contrarian, doing the same thing I'm doing here intraday, but buying 3 days of selling, 3 days of pullback. Maybe you do your filter sort on change of 3 days and try and find things that are pulling back into good areas. And then you could use the trade wave to enter and exit. But for the most part, it appears this is an intraday type of vehicle. Now, as always, day trades can always turn into swing trades. That happens all the time in the long-term Holly. So just keep that in mind. UAVS is being stubborn. Now, I've got orders sitting out in both SOAR, SOAR. Stocks that move quick like this, you better have your order out. You better have your hook in the water, because you don't have time to get the alert and then sell and get the price you want. So I'm anticipating another quick move, and I've got orders up here under $2. And I've got orders in UAVS at that blue line, 67. And then I think another one at 295. So I can look away and focus on work, emails and chats and support, and do things that I need to do. And then before you know it, you get hit on something. It looks like a new alert just came in here. No, it's not that one. It's going to be this one. Okay, not bad. Again, I look at the daily chart first to see where we've come from. Where are we now? Not bad. Come on. Jeez. Click the button. Here we go. Perfect. All right. So it's kind of in no man's land on the daily chart, but if we come over to the intraday, it's recovered here nicely. So we'll pop our target in, and I'm going to really tighten that up. $16 to make 50. I came in long PSLV this morning and sold it for a nice profit. I'm not going to take silver home long on the weekend. Patrick knows all about that. Okay, please check question. What did I miss? Abshek. You better ask it again if I missed it. Let me see. Please check QS. Oh, you mean the stock QS? Yes, all the quants are doing very well today. I'll tell you what, I'm mad at myself. I'm mad at myself. I came in long QBEAT, and I got out too soon on the open, but that's okay. I can't look a gift horse in the mouth. It's been some really good exits today. Ooh, DNet. I've been watching this one for a short squeeze. See how this DNet is pulling back here nicely? This is really interesting. I don't have any cash left today, and I'm not looking to make a trade, but look how it's been going sideways, and it's now being forced by the 130 that we've been talking about. So this thing has a good short sell, 28%. It's had 3 days of pullback. Watch this thing. It could really go. I don't have the money to participate, but this is where you say, oh, okay, let me just put a price alert right here. And maybe I'll participate if it starts to go above 380. QS, I never answered your question. The quants are extremely strong. Ooh, well, what a timely question. Abhishek, if I was long this thing right there, what Trade Ideas just did for me is remind me, hey, you might not see it, but if we look left, there's a reason that purple line is there, and you might want to sell some. Oh, look, we're going to have to go to a weekly chart to see this. This is a really good example of why this is a very important indicator. Look at this. All the way back here, it's referencing a high way back here that was a prior high. I'll tell you guys this, ever since that we have been using this purple R line, I immediately go up. I'll sell some right here. Thank you very much for the reminder. So that's exactly a perfect response to your question. If you're long some QS right here, Trade Ideas just told you, hey, you might want to take some off, and fading out of a trade, then taking all off the trade is better, because if you took it all off here and it keeps running, you're going to be mad. If you didn't take off any here and it pulls back, you're going to be mad. But if you sell half, you can't get mad. And anything you can do to not get mad is good. Okay, last question from Nip Up. Can you go over the Money Machine settings, order, entry, stops, and exits? Sure, I think we can go in there. It's running, so I can't change anything. But there you go. So the initial forced stop exit is 1.3%. And I don't even really tweak these, quite honestly, but for those that really want to know, that's my settings. And a lot of times this initial stop, I'm tightening even more than that. So as you can see, it's mostly visual for me, but trailing stop wise, I don't even, this tab is, I'm sorry to say it's not applicable to me. Because why? Because I'm constantly doing what? I'm doing this. Hey, look, we got a pop. It's a good thing I let that stop in. Now I'm going to move my trailing stop manually. So rather than try to figure out how to configure it on stops and settings, there's no magic. There's never, ever going to be a magic configuration. And that's what I'm really trying to hammer home. Every setup is different in its own setup, in its own right. I'm going to move that just below those two moving averages there and see what happens. Nothing to do there. Pretty tight here. I wouldn't be surprised if it gets stopped out. And occasionally what I'll do sometimes, guys, is I'll be like, it's like you're at a card game in Vegas. You're like, let me discard this one and see what the dealer hands me. Let's do that. Let's discard this one and let's see what the dealer hands us. All right, goodbye. $10, you're out. Let's see what comes back. And let's see if we can get a better chart than OR. OR has had a really big run, a giant spike, and it just doesn't really seem like it's going to do much, but what do I know? So we've got 4 green now. We're letting our little garden kind of mature. Sound, let's take a look while we wait for a new one to come in. Oh, I think this is the day and a half period where we're getting into, Bhadesh, where the things that have ran yesterday and today, the traders like myself are starting to get nervous going into the weekend. Oh, I'm long HYMC. This is starting to do something. So anything that has run significantly and is starting to pull back midday, I would be concerned about profit takers, people like myself who want to bag those profits and take the risk back off. Is there a way to get the SPY live, like the stocks in the formula editor? I'm not sure what you mean. I mean, here's the live price of the SPY. And what you could do is, you could take a chart. And then once you have that chart with SPY on it, you just disconnect it from properties symbol linking. Okay, so now no matter what I do up here, no matter what I do on these other charts, SPY will stay. If that's what you mean, that's how you do it. Just properties and disable the linking. If you always want to keep one eye on that. All right, let's look at our Money Machine trades here and see what's going on. That's giving us a nice push. We'll raise our stop, trailing stop. We want to stay in the trade. We don't want to get wicked out too soon. Boyle. This one's the one that was doing well earlier, but it's kind of failed us here. Let's bring this profit down to a more reasonable target of 130 bucks. And we will risk 10 bucks to make 140. See, you can't do these. You can't do what I'm doing here in settings. So I really hope that's the big takeaway from my session, is how you can constantly use the in-chart visuals. Sound was another one that I came in long today. So these are the names that I saw curling at the base down here. I know Andy was talking about this yesterday. I heard him talk about it. I think it was actually Sound too. You see this big spike. You're like, okay, great looking breakout, but I'm going to wait for the setup. Gap, didn't hold there, didn't. Ooh, all of a sudden 4 or 5 days of selling and we get some green right off this 20 SMA. I took it. I think I held it there. I think I probably took it this day, excuse me. Participated all day yesterday, took some off, I think probably here and here. And then this morning I got out at 19. And that's it. I'm done. And so the idea is to try to find strong stocks, and Sound gave you that indication back here. Back here. This is a name to watch. You just got to find those areas where it pulls back and starts to want to make a move again. You don't understand the AI euphoria when AI will display. Two thoughts on that. The AI euphoria, it's definitely a big Pandora's box. The AI euphoria is double-sided. I think, yes, there's going to be a lot of carnage in. If you're a consultant, you're done. You're just done. Anderson Cooper, Arthur, they're laying off tens of thousands of consultants. The days of somebody paying you for what's in your mind are over. So, and there are many other jobs that are also going to be wiped out. Mostly think tank type white collar jobs. But I think at the same time, the power of AI is going to solve a lot of bigger problems for us. Don't be surprised if a universal income starts to be talked about pretty soon. Shit, Trump's already talking about giving us a tax rebate on the tariffs to share the wealth. So there is going to be a financial safety net. I'm convinced of that. And through the help of AI, it's going to help us figure out how to do that. So in one sense, it's taking people's jobs, but in the other sense, it's going to help provide a great safety net model, I believe. The second thing is, I don't think there's going to be any profit in AI. It's going to become a commodity. You see what Grok has already done with like the tokenization? They're already running replies and queries 20 times cheaper than ChatGPT when it comes to the token expense. So in the end, where are these companies going to make their money off of tokens? When Elon Musk is just, Grok is running circles around some of these things. So I don't think the profit margins are going to be there on the software side of the AI, but they will be there on the hardware side. The nano nukes, the powering, the chips, the networking, the infrastructure. So that's my thought on that. BBA is probably the same scenario as what I was just talking about. It's probably done after a day and a half. Yeah, that's about it. Didn't even really get much today. CRNC is one that Brian Shannon told me to watch. It's kind of like Sound. You're driving in your Tesla and you're interacting with AI with your voice. That's the way I could explain that. BMNR, that's not a bad one. All right, so the dealer has not given us a new trade. Interesting. Oklo and NNE, I was just talking about the nano nukes. Yeah, geez, I was in this one earlier and I got out. Oh my gosh, I got out way too soon. I really didn't want to get out of these things so quickly, but sometimes it's hard. SMR was not doing what NNI was doing. If SOAR and UAVS would go, it'll make a finish off a perfect week. Because I can't complain. Another good example, ARQQ, day and a half. Yesterday was day one, this morning, and then everybody's taking profits. And look, see how the price is coming under the 10 SMA there? It's probably a good example for the video I'm going to do this weekend. I would be getting out right now, even though I'm already out. Are we getting a little pullback in the market? I wonder. Probably not. Yeah. I'm just seeing some of these money machines. They're not doing a whole lot, but they're not getting us in trouble either. Bitcoin going crazy. Yeah, that's the daily. I'm the XRP guy. Here's what I see in XRP. That's good. I like that. So this could be the beginning of a nice month for altcoins, and we'll see. All right, yeah, exit targets. Let's go. What question do you have about exit targets? I mean, more than likely, I'm going to say look left, because that's usually what I'm doing currently. In UAVS, I'm looking left. You see the tops right here. I've got an order standing because of that and that. And I'm going to take off 1/3 at that level, which satisfies the demons. Do I sell or do I keep it? Well, you take off 1/3 and you can't lose. Okay, so I think you get them set at 15%. And so you're just taking a random number and throwing that out there. It's kind of what I'm talking about here. There's no way to configure a menu or a rule book that says at this number of 15%, I will get out, and then consider yourself maximizing your opportunities. You need to look back and look left and see what is the prior level of resistance. And at each level, a top of a wick or a top of at each one of those levels, you should be putting an offer out and letting them come up and hit you and take you out at those levels. Maybe 1/3, maybe 3 different ladders. And ideally, if you get out of 2/3 on the good part of the move, maybe that 1/3 trailing chunk, it's still in your account for 4 or 5, 6, 7 days. And you're able to sit a pullback and a secondary push, and you might even make more money on that last third than you did on the first 2/3. So don't get caught up in just saying at 10%, I'm happy. At 15%, I'm happy, because you could be leaving some on the table. And conversely, you could look left and say, oh, I can't get 15% out of this one. There's a giant resistance level lurking at 11%. So you have to make the adjustment, 11%. If there's anything I can instill, it's going to be that. There's no one size fits all. You just kind of have some general, oh, we're close to getting stopped out. I'm going to move that back. Well, I would say go ahead and do that. Those are good numbers. Nothing wrong with taking profits at those numbers, but just overlay where the nearest pivot point or the nearest resistance level is compared to what your number is. And you might make some adjustments on that. How would I pick a mean reversion on Caterpillar? Definitely wouldn't buy it here. I would look for the 130. I would look for a pullback to the 130. We are definitely experiencing a mean reversion. Standard deviation is way up here. I'm just going to say it. You're a fool. I'm being hard. You're a fool if you're a new trader and you're saying, oh my God, Caterpillar's running. I've got to buy it. Well, the market preys on that mentality. Look how much space there is here between that and where the perfect entry really is. So what I do is I eyeball it and I say, oh, there's a gap right there. There's the curling moving average. I'll go ahead and give it a little bit more, and I'll give myself a future nudge that if it comes back down into this area, let's see how everything lines up. But for now, don't look at it. And I don't know if there's any place to take a sale, is there? We can look left. We might even have to go to a weekly to look left. And there is no. These are all-time highs. So All right. We still have not gotten a new card from the dealer, have we? Let's see. So maybe place a stop below the upper resistance. Okay, so let me go back to ARQQ. When I'm trying to stretch out as much of a profit as I can, even though I didn't do that on the open, it was a trailing, I just wanted out. Okay, so let me show you where the signal candle is on this one. When I'm waiting to figure out when do I get out, passed. I mean, in other words, it passed the test. It passed the test. Buyers held the line. Now we're getting into that day and a half level. And we just took out a prior high over here. So I want to stretch out as long as I can, but my signal candle is a red candle that closes under the rising 10 SMA, and that's it right there. So more often than not, when I look back at that signal candle, where's the current price in relation to it? Same spot. It's done nothing but dance around that spot for the last hour. And more often than not, it's probably going to have a hard time. So I have found great success with not using a hard number, but visually, the very first candle that closes, 15-minute close below the rising 10, that's my signal to get out. And I'm usually pretty happy I did so. Why am I seeing red in UAVS? I don't want to see red. I'm going to stay with this one. Let me talk about the UAVS. Why am I going to stay with this one? Well, there's a lot of space here. I know, but I'm in the money. And I feel like there's really something coming here. There's almost 30% short the float. Most important of all, people ask me if I use the anchored VWAP. Well, this purple line is anchored VWAP. And Brian Shannon is also playing this stock today with me. Our first close was yesterday above the anchored VWAP. I want to give this thing a couple days. See if it can do something. But sometimes we have to go backwards before we can go forwards again. And I'm willing to sit that. I don't care. And that's the mentality you have to really develop as a swing trader. Nothing is going to go straight up in the same direction that you want it to forever. You have to accept that there's going to be a timeout and a bit of a pullback, but you have to sit that pullback to go higher. Yeah, Brian and I were just talking about Meta too. It doesn't look good. Does not look good. Look at how that 150 played the opposite. The 150 can also be used for a short selling version. The 130, excuse me, this 5-day moving average right there. So any stock that's in a downtrend, that finds itself bouncing back up into the 130, guess what that is? That is a money machine scan for the short side. All I did was invert and flip. Watch this. So if you take this scan and we invert it by hitting the flip button, we've got one stock. What does it look like? Look at that. How perfect is that? So if you want to run the money machine as a short selling device, you just flip the scan that we've been using for the long side. And this to me is the most amazing, well-defined short sell entry right there. This is not. Waiting for it to go to lows is a fool's sucker game, because once it breaks lows, you've forgotten it's so oversold, it's got nowhere to go but bounce. So you wait for that bounce, and then you jump up here and you establish a short position there. And I've got the money machine to do that if I wanted to. I would have to turn it off, and I would have to go in and change the profile to flipped, 130 pullback flipped. I don't even know if I have that yet. I might have to load that. All right, so we just got oh, there's our donut alert. If I had money, I'd probably trade that, but I'm not going to. All right, we got Delta new hand here. It's not that one. This one. Okay, not bad. I like that. Big move back. Another kind of a fake out this morning, but it's having a hard time here. So we're going to make that really tight, and then we'll click our target. We're going to risk 21 bucks to make 80 bucks. Maybe we'll get it. Brian Shannon uses an anchored view app from 15-minute high of shorting, 15-minute low. He uses a lot of time frames. He'll do a 60-minute. What I was looking at, though, was the day. So, back to my example, you take a stock like UAVS, and you take this prior spike back here, and you anchor it off of that big day. Well, for the last 3 months, it's been under the purple line. Look how it was rejected perfectly. Once, twice, 3 times it was rejected. And yesterday, it passed. It reclaimed. This is huge for me as a swing trader when I see this kind of stuff. And what it means is, don't look at that and go, oh my God, I got to get out. No, this is the bigger picture, not this. I don't care if it pulls back to 420 and smokes a
Oh
joint.
man, I thought for sure you were going to say 3 times a lady.
No.
Once, twice, 3 times. I thought for sure you were going to say 3 times a lady.
Half the people would have probably not gotten that one.
Probably not. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for cutting in, but I'm just catching the tail end of what you're doing here.
Yeah.
So just give me a moment.
Yeah. The tail end. I still like this Boyle setup a lot. I'm going to give it a little bit more wiggle there and hope to get a bounce out of it. I use, would he ever use a stop as an entry? I don't know. I think Brian, he's more of an anticipating trade. He's constantly got his eye on things that are consolidating underneath that moving average. Let's see if UAVS, actually, I nudged him yesterday and said, there's your setup. I'll show you where it was. So right there at 232, this was it right here. So the 150, the anchored view up, excuse me, looked kind of like that. Hold on, it looked kind of like this. And so once it hits it, pulls back and starts to come back up, this is where Brian starts to get interested right here. So what he says is he anticipates and then participate. So you can get earlier entry sometimes if you just kind of participate and see what's boiling and setting up under the surface rather than waiting for the confirmation. Now, probably double up and buy more after it does break through, but you've already got your meat hooks in it, so it's easier to add to it. Yeah, give that a try. And I don't know what type of trader you are if you really get into the details, but if you're able to quantify, on 5 really good trades over the next month or a couple of weeks, like 5 trades that you exited really well for on good profit percentages, take a look at which exit might have done you better. The first breaking 15-minute candle under that 5. See, look what UAVS is trying to even do that right here. We got 4 minutes. And UAVS is trying to give a signal candle, but it's not. It might pop right back into the range again. So, go back and check on some of your other ones and say, if I'd have done 10% versus this, how would I have done? Could I have made more money? And then you could take it one step further and go, what if I had only sold half at that signal candle and kept the other half? Normally, I don't do that. Normally I'll pretty much take what I want and then move on, because I know in my heart that I can buy it back cheaper. And why ride a 1/4 position all the way back down if you know it's going back down? So yeah, all profits, but could have made more. And that's what people ask me about. Well, what can I do to stay in better trades longer? Well, that's it. That's it. You might get 15, 16% instead of 10 because you waited. Yeah, kind of a pinch play. Exactly, Funky Fred. And many times for me, I'm looking at the underbelly of the 5-day moving average, trying to get up and push above the price, kind of like right here in UAVS. That was kind of a good pinch play I was watching closely. So I'll do the same pinch concept with the 5-day and the 10 SMA. Well, if I missed anything, let me know.
Well, I will say this, Steve. You sound way perkier when you don't have to go to a development meeting at
Yeah.
on Thursdays. You sound way perkier today. I don't know.
Well,
Maybe it's
there's a
because you're making
reason.
all sorts of money or something. But
There's a reason for that.
mm,
Here's
mm,
there it is.
your tooth is okay.
My tooth is okay. Yeah,
That's
I
your reason.
I favor no, but I was showing the people here that I'm going to make a video this weekend about what changed in my performance, and it was really the T+1 because, as you know, I'm not trading a margin account or I'm trading our 401k,
Right.
my 401k, and it's a cash account. And so once I run out of cash, that's a good thing. Sometimes it actually keeps me out of trouble. But it's been a really good week. So it's
Excellent. Good for you.
good way to end the week. Yep.
You know, Steve, I mean, I'm not a swing trader at all, but my wife's company and I mean, that's my swing trade. And
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, it's amazing. I mean, it's just truly, truly. I mean, I know I've talked about Stantec in the past, but
It's a good
man,
chart.
oh man, what a fabulous deal for us, the Anderson family, with her working at Stantec for all those years and being able to accumulate shares with the stock employee purchase program. And yeah,
And that
it's been
helps
amazing.
you. That helps you trade easier too.
100%. You know, I've said this before. If you have to rely on making money in the market in order to pay your mortgage, kids'
Yep.
tuition,
Scared money.
car
It's
payments, whoa,
tough.
it's a
Tough.
tough road.
Been there.
Tough road.
Yeah. Yep.
So,
All right.
I mean, I'm not saying I rely 100% on my wife, but it's nice. It's certainly nice to have, you know, her doing what she's doing. So, anyway, Steve, I'll let you go, and thanks a lot for. I'm sure it was I just sort of caught about 20 minutes of the and you know, your money machine. So, are you actually using the money machine to trade your account, or are you just in the simulation mode?
No, I'm in sim mode only. I'm trying to figure out a way to create some basic strategies, one long and one short,
Right.
that will keep people out of trouble. And then what I spent the most of the day doing is trying to remind people that, in my opinion, the stops and the exits and the trailings and this, you're never going to shoehorn this to one size fits all because every trade setup is different. And so I'm just constantly working my chart targets and stops up and down. And that every time I click and drag and drop is a new order. So
Right.
everything is visual to me. I'm not trying to make the perfect scan setting in my the data in the menus. So as long as these
And that's
things hold
really
up,
kind of the problem too. When
Mhm.
even when people try to automate their strategies, even if they have, you know, they decide they want to have a premium service, want to take a strategy, automate it. But you've got to have the same stop every trade,
right?
and
It doesn't work
makes no
that way.
sense. Makes
No,
no
it
sense.
doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't
You know.
work.
Anyway, thank you, Steve. I'll
All
let you
right.
go now, and
See you
have a
later.
great weekend. Okay,
Bye.
bye-bye. Just give me a moment, guys. I'm just going to reclaim the YouTube room. There we go. Get my music going. Of the announcement. So, guys, I'm obviously out of the rocket trade. Did okay on it. My patience paid off. I mean, it wasn't it wasn't a rocket ship, but my patience did pay off on it. It did actually get down to 1763. I was short around 1785, and then it popped. So, you know, obviously I got out right around this area, so that was okay. It was a long trade. I am. This is not what I would call. I'm really interested in this MBX. MBX just showed up here on the small cap breakout on the short side. So when I clicked on it and I looked at the chart, I said, "Holy smokes, look at this!" So I am, I'm going to really keep an eye on this one. The spread is not great. It hasn't been great. Not terrible right now. 1661, 1671. I mean, it's not terrible, but if this can break down through here. I mean, there's a 200-day moving average way down there at 12. There's the next low looking left. I don't know what happened here. I don't know what caused this pop. Obviously something, but I'm just really, really interested to see if it can really break down through 1660. Hmm. Yeah, a bit of a spy pop or a spy drop pop. Pop drop? 10 to 29 day shutdown. Okay, well, drop, drop. Guys, I feel like I'm losing my voice too. So, yeah, there's a lot of stocks that are dropping now. I don't know, a lot of stocks are following the market. Maybe this one can, though I don't think this has really got that much to do with the market, of course, but I'm looking at CLSK, CLSK. So if you're in, if you're in a stock that kind of follows the market, well, you better be following your stock pretty closely right now. Now I have some thumbnail charts. I don't see a lot doing that. Just the CLSK. Those are the ones I have thumbnailed. But my guess is that you're going to see a lot of the big large cap stocks are probably doing something like that. All right, guys. Well, let's see if this lasts. It's a big downturn. I mean, the market is still everything's still positive. I mean, the Dow is up a huge amount. Actually, there's a bit of a disconnect then in the market. I mean, the Dow is still up a huge amount, whereas the Qs are down, and the SPY is up a little bit, but the Qs are down. So a little bit of a disconnect, not a huge one. Well, actually, a pretty huge one when you look at the Dow, how much is up between the value and the growth stocks. So continuation down through that VWAP, guys. The SPY down through the VWAP. So let me take a look at some of these ones now in the small cap. I wonder, they're probably just following the market to a certain extent. So there's forward 2384, 2380 right now. And let me see where, well, I know it's at least a dollar to the next low. I know that. There on the weekly chart, of course, is more than that, but it's at least a dollar to the next low in the daily. Hey guys, I just noticed a little off topic in the specific stocks only. I don't want to take stuff to the general market talk. I'm just noticing a few of the posts before. Make sure we just talk specific stocks in here. Okay. ELPW. Oh, well, I can't believe you're into these things. Okay. 20% on the 50. Yeah. Okay. Okay, guys. Well, last time this week, let's go over my homepage, including all of the scans that you can have that I'm sharing. Actually, let me get the SPY chart up. I just want to see. I just trying to see if I can find that your comment about J.P. Morgan or Morgan Stanley. Uh, don't see it, but there's got to be. I mean, there's something like that, a bar like that, and that was at what, 1 o'clock. Now, whether I didn't check my calendar, I don't think I saw anything to do with the bonds. Okay, guys. So anyway, clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So here's how you can take out a subscription. We've got three different types of or three promo codes going. So 30% off our premium annual, 22% off the premium monthly, remember, first month only, and 15% off both standards, the standard monthly, which is only the first month, or 15% off the entire year of a standard. Okay, so those are the three codes you can use. If you're in YouTube and you want to come into the main room at any time, save my homepage link, trading room right there. And even if you do want to come into the main room all the time, you're not going to YouTube, save my link, and here's how you can get into it. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. This is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. If you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, first thing you must do is, after you've clicked on the education section, is the getting started with Trade Ideas, okay? First thing you have to do. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about it, if it's what it's all about, what I would do is start off on that second video, and I think there are about 7 or 8 videos, very short. That should give you a good enough idea about whether or not this is the right type of program for you. You can always try us out for a month and see if you like it. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos, okay? If you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, here they are. So here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Any questions about them, you can ask away. This is what I use in the pre-market, guys. I should always point that out. The pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. Here's what you can see. The Halts resumes is over here. Biggest gainers from the start of the race is right here. The other ones I don't have on my, I don't have these open. The momentum scan, the gap scan, and the Pepe combo scan. I actually don't have them open, but you can obviously you can take a look at them. Well, somebody said that Morgan Stanley sees a 10 to 29 day shutdown. I don't know if that's the actual reason. Funky Fred asking in our YouTube room. Not sure that's the actual reason, but it's a good enough reason as any, I suppose. Oh, GSK. That was the one I was short really early and took another little downturn. Large cap losers? Sure. Large cap losers is right here. Okay. Sure. Okay. There it is. All right, guys. I'm still kind of watching that MBX. It may not. That low may hold it. Was really hoping it might have a massive move down, but it may not happen. Still have a price alert set for it. I mean, there's the weekly low, but I mean, it even looks like that on the daily. So, but there is the 200. But I mean, that's still far enough away. William, I cannot remember if you said how much, how long you're going to keep the room open, or Obi, after I leave. 3:30ish. Okay. So, guys, I'll probably be leaving around 2, unless there are questions. I'll always stick around for questions. But if no questions, then I'll be taking off at around 2 o'clock. And but William will keep the main room open till around 3:30. I do have to shut down YouTube, but I will put the main room link in YouTube if you want to head over and still talk trading until 3:30. Oh, okay. Well, let's see. Maybe it will. It's just got to really give up. I think 1650 or something, and then we may have a huge move down. Guys are talking about SMX, shady SMX. Okay, let's take a look. Okay, guys. If I should just dab a little bit in this MBX. Sorry, SMX. Okay, SMX. All right. Yeah. Well, got some room to about 2. This would have been an awesome short if it hadn't been for the spread. QDell, boy, I had an alert of 31.11, and there's a dollar drop. And I'm really paying attention to this one, guys. The small cap breakout. Small cap breakout. You know what? Small. It's not small cap. Small gap breakout. Sorry, not small cap. Small gap breakout. So stocks that did not gap, okay, at the beginning of the day did not gap. That's what I'm looking for. I don't want to see, we always see the stocks that have gapped up so much. Well, and again, there's nothing wrong with that, but this one prevents the gap from being very large, and then it can start to move afterwards. I'm not saying it's going to move, but that's what this one is designed to do. And look at all the red. Everything in red is potential short. That's why I've been so into the shorting over the last little while. Treasury, I guess it's, I don't know, it's Treasury, TSY, Treasury options. Okay, guys, what time is it now? 1:20. So we've got another 40 minutes left or so. Well, that rocket actually should have flipped the script and gone long after. It was a nice move, not affected by the market at all. Yes. It's not so much a scan, okay? It's just adding the column, but if that's what you mean, yeah. It's not a scan, but you're talking about the you have a premium service, right? Okay, yeah. Just add this. So this is what you in my opinion, this is what all you should be looking at. I would not go to the channel. I would just have this window and that's it. So you know how to get that window. Just click on new, and then the middle right there. I have 3 that start off with premium AI. Okay, pick that one, strategy trades window. This is what you're going to see. I would also make sure if profitable is checked, uncheck it. You want to see them all day long. Okay, so that now you're going to see them all day long. Now it's just a matter of in the body, right click, go to columns, and then scroll down. It's alphabetical order. Okay, so here's your entry price. If you want to put the time and the stop, you can do so, but at least put the price. So you left click on it. Okay, left click on it to highlight it, then left arrow it over. Okay, and then say okay. Once you do that, you should see the column. If you can't see the column, make sure you maybe have to stretch your window out or something. But that's I've done. I think you're not using it. I mean, just in general now, if you're not using it, you're not using the program to its fullest. Now, do they all work 100%? Of course not. But I only wait now for the reentries. If there is a reentry, I mean, remember, not every stock will have a reentry. Some days you may not get any. Remember, the reentry has to happen, can only happen if it gets halfway between the original alert price and the stop. So in this particular case for the QMCO, which is, probably got hammered down with the market, but 1197 was halfway between 1215 and 1179. So did I go too quickly or was it okay? And don't forget, incorporate this window as part of your layout. And so you don't have to do this every time. Okay. So do you have this? Do you have this window? First thing first, do you have this window up and on your screen? Is that what you're using to monitor? You have to have a premium service, right? So, but is this the window that you're using? If it's not, my opinion is that it should be the window that you use to monitor our AI. Click on new from the toolbar, and then the middle one that says premium AI strategy trades window. Okay, you got it up. Next step is, you see where it says filter? More than it's very possible profitable trades is checked. Get rid of that. Okay, uncheck it. So just hit that down arrow and uncheck it. You want to see all the trades all day long. Okay, so, and then all you have to do is right click in the body, click on columns, and over here are all the columns. And all I have to do is scroll down. It's in alphabetical order, and at least pick the reentry price. Okay, so you left click on it, to highlight it, left click on it to highlight it, and then left arrow here so that it moves over as a column that you can see. So you left arrow it over, and then it'll show up, and then it should show up as a column. Did that work? Okay. Now, as I said, don't forget to save your work. Okay. At the very least, you should incorporate this as part of your layout. So you don't have to do that every time. And now to save it. Yes. Well, say you can save it, but save your layout with it incorporated. Because if you have the AI, this should be part of your layout. Like any layout you're using, it should be part of your layout. At the very least, when you click on File and then click on Exit, it's going to ask you, do you want to load this layout the next time you load Trade Ideas? If you say yes, then it'll be saved. It's not really my trade of the day, but oh, I see. Oh, I see. You mean my video that I'm doing? Yes. Well, I know I started off by saying, look, I know I'm nagging, but I mean, if you're not, I know obviously I'm not speaking specifically to you, but if you're not using this reentry, you don't have it. And I know, I mean, that's all I use. I don't care about the first alerts. Now, am I going to miss some that rip right? Yes, but I'd rather wait for a reentry. And again, just think of it this way: sometimes the AI is early. It's not infallible. A little early in the alert. Because these alerts start. At the earliest you'll get is 9:40. That's the earliest, and that's by design. 10 minutes after the 9:30 open. That's by design. But sometimes they're pretty early. I mean, sometimes I see, you get an entry at 9:41 and it's an exit at 9:42. The stop is pretty close. And then later on, though, you get that reentry. Not all the time, though. Again, it has to hit the stop price at some point and then come halfway between the original alert and the stop price. And don't forget, you can put a sound alert on your AI, okay? Put a sound alert on it. So first of all, you get a sound alert when a new entry comes in, number one. And you'll also get the sound alert here too. So make sure you have a sound alert in here so you know when to look at it. Remember, right click, actions, check that play sound, click the setup sound. You want to go text to speech, you can do so. You can pick female or male. Okay. Or you can use the custom sound. Click on that, select the sound. 3 folders that we have for you all have different sounds in them. You can pick one, pick the gong as an example, then you can open it, you can play it. If you like it, then you say okay a couple of times, and then that sound gets attached to whatever window you started the process. And of course, the idea is to have a different sound alert on your different windows. So when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. You don't want to have the same sound alert on every window. Well, I guess it is ProJam. I didn't realize it was, but I guess it is. What is that link again, Pepe? Somebody's asking, is this recorded? So it's a lot, though. I mean, I start at 9 o'clock and I'm going to go to about 2 o'clock. So there's 5 hours right there. So I'm not sure you want to sit through 5 hours. Oh, just this hour. Okay. I know there's. I should know this. On our YouTube site. Here we go. Thank you. Thank you, Pepe. I mean, I guess this is what it's called. So when you say you're new to this, are you new to trade ideas or are you okay, first of all, should ask only one question at a time. So I'm talking to Pro Jam in our YouTube room. Are you new to trade ideas? Or I should ask a better question. Do you have trade ideas now? So I'll ask that question first. Do you have trade ideas? The program. Oh, you just signed yesterday. Okay. Next, have you done this? Just give me a moment. Oop, don't do no, no. Yeah, okay. There I put in my homepage link. So have you done this? Just give me a moment so I can display it. Well, you don't know what this is yet. I haven't displayed it, but let me just show you. So if you click on my homepage link, okay, scroll down, or maybe you do know what I'm going to say. Scroll down, get to that education section right here. Click on the more info, and right here. If you haven't done this first, this is the first thing you must do, okay? To getting started with trade ideas. I always say it's not going to make you an expert in trade ideas, but it'll get you started. I mean, that's why we call it getting started. They're very short videos. Starts off with a login, but what are the difference? What's the difference between an alert window and a top list window? Why would you use one over the other? Okay, very short videos to get you started. Okay, yeah, definitely do that this weekend. Trade Ideas is a fabulous program. It doesn't, but it's not. It doesn't teach you how to trade. Okay, it's a fabulous program. So if you're new to trading, also Back to Basics could be for you or anybody else listening. Back to Basics, free series of videos that go over charts, how to read charts, etc. Hmm. Well, it's like paint drying, but MBX, I'm going to continue to watch it just in case it has that drop. Every time it gets into the 1650s, I think maybe now, but it's just being stubborn right here. I mean, it may have a tremendous bounce. I can't remember what happened here. MBX. What day was this? This was on 22nd. Let's see if I can find any news on the 22nd. Well, I'm not gonna try hypoparathyroidism. That's not bad. So that's what happened, I guess. They had some kind of their drug that aroused the market, and that's what happened right here. But since then, it is fading. Well, Okay, it's every day, John, but I mean, Jean, but I don't, I'm not, I don't know if this is what you would call a class, but you know, this room, YouTube room and the main room, yeah, we're live. I get on the mic at 9 o'clock and I go to about 2 later if there are questions, and that's Monday to Friday. So I don't know if you want to term this a class as such. You know, we just, but people can ask me questions about the program, of course. And don't be sorry. People very polite, but you don't have to be sorry for asking a question. So in general, the format is this, okay? The format is this. There and Jean, there is a another room, 2 rooms, okay? So if you click, I'll put my homepage link in. There are 2 rooms. YouTube is fine. If you don't mind, there's a bit of a delay, but an 8-second delay. Not as much not as much interaction amongst traders. The other room, definitely more interaction amongst traders. So if you click on my homepage link, you'll notice if you scroll down, it says trading room. So that's the what I call the main room. So that room is actually open at 6:45 Eastern time. Okay, in the morning, of course. I don't, but Obi in the main room, he opens it at 6:45. And you know, they're traders that show up early and they talk. They, you know, they're tossing around ideas. I don't get on the mic until 9 though, and the reason being is I live in Vancouver, Canada, so it's West Coast, so it's time zone. I'm not going to get up at 3:45 to do that. So Obi does that, and I open the YouTube room sometime between 8:30 and 8:40, but get on the mic at 9 o'clock for both rooms, and that is Monday to Friday. So I can't answer that. Funky Fred, is the Mac D Cross good to use for entries? I don't. Okay, but that doesn't mean it's not good. I have no experience with Mac D crosses. Okay, there could be people who have a lot of experience with the Mac D crosses and find them great, but I have no experience, so I can't say is it good or bad. I mean, we obviously have the alert, so I know it's got to be it's got to be pretty popular, I guess, but I've never used it, so that's why I can't say if it's good or bad. I'm sure anything can be good if it's used correctly. Could you back test it? Yes. It is an alert, right? I'm sure it is. I know it's an alert. Just want to see what they. So there it is. So here are your crosses. Okay. So yeah, you could back test it, but what are you going to do? I mean, you're going to you have to set up your scan. Do you have our premium service, Funky Fred? Because that's the only way you can back test it. Get our premium service. So Pepe's putting his 2 cents in. No, so you cannot test it then. Backtester requires our premium service. Now we give you 10 free to start, but I mean you need more than that. You know, you'd probably because remember when you're back testing, and very few people that back test. Very few people. But you know, when you back test something, a lot of times you have to run through an optimization procedure. It may look okay, and then you say, okay, I'm going to change this, and then run it. So that's 2, and then I'm going to change this and run it. Well, that's 3. So I know we give you 10 to start, just as a sort of a real test, just to see how it looks. But if you're going to do it, you would have, if, you know, people who are truly into it need our premium service, and it's unlimited number of back tests. But you know what? You could always just create a scan, put it in there, and see and check out the alerts you get, and if they look reasonable, even though it's sort of back testing, just see what they look like. And if they don't look, great, it might be the other filters that you're using. So you can mess around with the relative volume filter, minimum volume, maybe price ranges, things like that. When you say you handpick the stocks, you mean you have a basket of stocks that you like to trade every day? Talking to Funky Fred in our YouTube room. Is that what you mean by I handpick the stocks? Or are you just talking about you have an alert and you get a stock? Now, what do you mean by you handpick the stocks? News sentiment. Okay, well, that's an interesting way. Sure. I mean, but so it's based on news. So it's not really based on anything else, and the hot sector. Okay. I don't think we have the MACD on the charts, do we? I mean, I may have it. I think it might be. I, Pepe, do you guys have MACD now? I know I'm pointing at it, but as far as I know, a long time ago, even though it's available for me in the development version, I'm not sure that it's ever been available for you guys because you could, if it is, then you could always put the MACD on your chart. Pick the time frame you want, I guess. So you do. Okay. So now you do. So I don't know what that would do for you. Let's see. New chart area. Can you pick the time frame? I guess you can't. Pick the period. Looks a lot like the trade wave. With the fast and the slow, and these combinations of fast and slow. But again, I have zero experience with using MACD. Maybe keep an eye on CLSK, guys. It looks like it's trying to give it up now. It's breaking down through 16. It's finally, it's been chopping around a lot though. The low today was 1540. Well, I have to admit, I am surprised about the PC. Went all the way down to 8, but boy, when this was halted, it looked like it was going to open around the 3 level. One of these, China, Singapore stocks that just get trashed. But I'm really surprised that it did what it did. Okay, guys. So here we had the 1 o'clock bar, which caused a bit of turmoil in the market, but then it popped up, and then that pop up was short lived. Dow is still up, a hefty amount. Qs are down though, and now the SPY is down. Well, SPY is basically flat. Now I see the MLTX. It actually got up to that 850 mark, and then it fell from there. So I don't think it's going to do it today anyway. But I still have my price alert set, just in case maybe next week tries to crawl back again. I have my price alert set right up here. Well, you can see it almost got there. That blue line is my price alert, did not turn green, so that means the alert did not trigger. I will say almost 100% no, Blueprint. I think the company is just going to stick with stocks, and that's it. It's been asked many, many years. And I think, again, the company is just going to stick with stocks. Been asked for crypto even. We don't have crypto. And Forex, we don't do Forex. I forgot to keep watching USAR. Look at the beautiful, beautiful short for USAR. Forgot to keep watching it. Well, I mean, a little bit choppy, but I mean, the trend, that orange trend down, 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 down. 24.94 or so, about $1 to the low of the day. All right, guys, 148. So maybe another 10 minutes for me, unless there are questions. So if you have questions, good time to ask them. Well, this market, yeah, it's I may go negative. And the Dow is starting to fade also now. Last time I looked, it was around 440. We're 364 now. Got my eye on this forward. See if it really starts following the market. FWRD, it's positive, barely. This is again from that small gap breakout. Boy, this is bucking the trend. This CELC, this showed up on that scan also as a potential short, but it went down a bit, but then it popped over 50, and the high yesterday was 50.45. sorry, 2 days ago was 50, yeah, 45. So the high today was a little bit above that. Next high looking left, 52. Hmm. Some pretty relentless selling here, guys, from 1 o'clock. We've basically gone flat now with the SPY. We're just into negative territory now, just by a dime, but pretty relentless selling. Not the greatest looking chart, guys, on a 2 minute. Pretty choppy, and little gaps. I'm talking about the FWRD. I really would love to short this one, especially if the market is going to do what it's doing. Yeah, so Funky, not being a financial advisor, I really can't. I mean, if you were listening to Steve, I mean, he's all cash right now. Okay. He's more of a swing trader than I am. So, well, I'm not a swing trader at all. So, I mean, your question about good place to go all cash and maybe some shorts given the shutdown and overextension. I mean, I'm not a swing trader. So, intraday doesn't that, all these other the shutdown and things like that don't really affect me too much as a intraday trader. But if you were, I don't know if you're listening to Steve when he did his 12 to 1 in YouTube, I think he said that he's basically all cash right now. So, and he is a swing trader. So, but I'm not a financial advisor to say, yes, that's what you should do. I mean, one moment, guys. Yeah, I'm looking at this forward, but I just don't like the spread. I mean, it may not matter. It may drop a dollar, but I just don't like that spread to short it. Even if I got it in between there, just don't like the spread. So I'm gonna back off. Well, now FRMI now the VWAP is right on the VWAP 2956 IPO a couple of days ago, and let's see if this holds. If the VWAP can hold it, if it crashes down below it, closed yesterday, so it's about 74 cents above yesterday's close right now. Yeah, you sir. Wow, USAR guys, what a nice drop from about 28. Okay, guys, what's the date today? The third. So in about 3 weeks, we'll start to get into earnings season. October 22nd. That's Alcoa. Banks will be before that or the same week. So yeah, so we'll be in earnings season in about 3 weeks, and then we'll start to get a lot more action. I'll probably resurrect my Gap scan. Hmm. This was potential short earlier, but it actually popped. Talking about the CELC. All right, guys, it's almost 2 o'clock. So if there are no more questions, I will head out. I'll hang around for another minute in case there's a question that comes in. For YouTubers, I will put the link to get into the main room if you want. Just click on my homepage link and then scroll down a little bit. And on the right-hand side, you're going to see trading room. Okay. Yeah, we don't do a good job at scanning tops, like going back in time and looking at highs and lows of candles. Funky. Okay. Or volume, even volume bars. We don't do that. We can't refer to previous volume bars as being like, show me the biggest volume bar over the last hour. Okay, things like that. No. Or even the largest candle and think we just can't do that. And it would not scan anyway, the anchored VWAP. You have to actually create the anchored VWAP. Okay. So, I mean, you can do anchored VWAP using the little, where is it somewhere? Right there, the little anchor. So you can create an anchored VWAP, but you have to create it. It's not going to scan for it. Talking to Funky Fred in our YouTube room. Okay, guys, don't see any other questions. So I think I will head out. So have a great weekend. The main room will be open at 6:45 and Eastern time, of course, in the morning. And I'll get on the mic at 9 for both rooms. So have a great weekend, everybody. So I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room and stop the screen sharing in the main room. And I will shut down the stream in YouTube now.